Hello, everyone, and happy Sunday. I need to click a button. That button there will do. Ha, let's go for this one. Cheers and welcome in. Hope everyone's doing well on this, at least in the UK, bank holiday weekend. Skobsu, thank you for the 59 month. I appreciate it. Ravon, well, howdy and hello to you. Thank you for the 8 month. Nearly 9. It's nearly baby time. It's nearly baby time. Callie, thank you for the 46 month. I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, welcome in. We're back. And I'm back on the good quality rum at last. All right, let's just throw ourselves straight in. I was hoping for some juicy gossip there.
Ooh, paying attention.
Yeah.
Damn it.
I was almost going to retort to something that Garrett said, but then I heard you and I was like, oh.
Shit.
Let's not.
Next time. Oh, well. It's been a week.
Not too poorly.
Good.
I got rum.
Yeah? Snap?
I had cider.
Oh, yeah. Why's the cider all gone?
I've got Tito's.
Lovely.
Tito's?
Tito's.
What's that?
It's Texas vodka.
Right. Is it any good?
And it is good.
If you shake the bottle, does it sound like the bottom of a sink?
Wow.
No, that's the White
Yes.
Claw.
Now, I'm pretty certain it was Tito's that filled those sinks.
Oh, no.
Wasn't it? I'd have
I
to
don't-
ask Diesel.
Yeah.
I think it was.
It was a double shot glasses.
Oh no. Cool. So we know how today's session is going to go. Awesome. I look forward to it.
I do my best Vanya work when I'm hammered.
So, Cypher, go on. Do the thing.
The thing.
The thing.
Okay. So last week we started with a 45-minute of exposition, also known as Solution talks to himself for 45 minutes.
Was it really that long?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Actually, it was more. It was very close to an hour.
Fucking hell. All right.
Yeah. You basically did that. We talked a little bit, and then we went for a pee break. So yes, the first quarter of the episode was all you, mate.
You're welcome.
And that consisted of a little sneak peek into the Crimson Court. We got to meet some sort of some movers and shakers. You know, we didn't get to see. We got names and shadowy pictures, but that's all we got. And that, and then bitching at each other, which is just politics, as far as I understand it. Right? Politics is just two sides bitching at each other. Yeah. So, until they were rudely interrupted by one of their own, being like, "Hey, there's a thing," and everyone looks out the windows like, "So there fucking is. Go deal with it." So they sent out the Smiling Man.
Yes.
Don't believe he has a name.
Nope.
But they said for him to deal with it. And his idea of dealing with it was scorched earth. Not figuratively, literally scorched earth.
Yeah.
As he basically erased a grid square with a magic spell that burnt everything to ash.
Yeah, there weren't much left living by the time that spell was over. Granted, it did cost, 8 mages of the court to cast said spell, so
I'm
not
sure there's
cheap.
plenty more willing to fill the gap, though, right?
Oh yeah.
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 And while that was going on, both Reza and Garrett were out doing kind of collecting their thoughts / having a snack. Before they saw that, and they were like, "Oh well, fuck, better go back and see if everybody's okay." And everything was just tickety-boo because Vanya and Desmond had everything in the folly okay. Vanya was being inspirational, and Desmond was making sure shit was getting done. I.e., everybody, fuck off. Having this many people here is suspicious.
Yes.
Do on dickheads. and placating a specific mage. But, I mean, to be fair, he can have the entirety of the compound, We didn't specify the nature in the state it would be left in. Aha! Technicalities, get fucked. Yeah. I forgot. Garrett left a note on, because we found out that the library. Was it a library? Yeah.
The archive, yeah.
Or,
Yeah, the archive.
The archive. Yeah, the archive. He locked the door, put a note on, and once again renamed something. How did that make you feel, Vanya?
She's just used to it now.
Just wait till he changes your name. So they were all doing that while Cypher hid from everybody at society because he was like, I fucked up. Make myself scarce.
So you admit you did something wrong then?
No.
And hey, I just want to go back to he's going to change your name. He's already done that. Remember when he sent me to CoinFlow?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right, calm
Gertrude
down,
Bucket.
Gertrude.
Yeah. Mark that one off. Sorry.
Fucking Gertrude Bucket of all names.
What a name.
It's like a name and a descriptor right there. Anyway. Do continue.
So yeah, Cypher was had unfettered access to the coroner's book, learned some more magic shit, and then came back in the morning to face the music. Had a lovely moment with Garrett, explaining motives and the like. And because Cypher did nothing wrong, he was absolved of all his sins. Then we handed out some loot, most of which went to Desmond. So now he's just a walking meme of death and destruction.
Yes.
That's how we like it.
Yeah, just because fuck you in particular.
Yeah, we'll just stack up the fucking frontliner to obscene levels.
Yeah.
Magic? Nah, I can deal with that. Things to the face?
Yeah.
Nah, I can deal with that.
Nah, okay. In fact, kill yourself. And then we took a trip to society, and everybody had their own jobs. Desmond's was to stand there with a box with a slime in it, just in case it just spontaneously died. So that's a cool mental image of just Desmond just not moving, not blinking, just holding his box with a alchemical slime. What was its name, Vanya?
Oh.
You said you do so well with the fucking notes.
Hold on, let me look at my book.
I feel I need to rename it now.
Sal. It's Sal. Sal. It's Sal.
Nearly got renamed. You so fucking close. It was nearly Sloppy Dave.
Sloppy Dave, for fuck's sake. Yes, indeed. Sal, the alchemical assistant. Basically an ooze that can produce a potion once per day. Should you, feed it a potion, it will continue to produce that until given another potion. But this thing is as frail as it comes, which, as the DM, means at some point, if it gets to the point of abuse, I can be like, oh no! It falls off the desk and dies.
We would never abuse anything that you have rewarded us with, Solution.
I would.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jim.
You're welcome.
Right. So while we're there, everybody had their little things to do. Vanya left with the nurse to make a contract for a new coven. Yeah. That's a thing.
Yeah, the number one golden rule of the society for the nurse, you don't conduct business on society grounds. You don't conduct business on continental grounds.
Yeah.
Vanya has a friend for life now. Like,
Oh yeah, she's got a
You have-
sister.
yeah.
and
You got family.
she loves it. Yeah.
Oh, cacophony bot.
Yeah. Anything else?
Reza and Cypher went to see the coroner again. Reza was like, haha, I've learned abyssal. And he was like, haha, Cypher, you've got another job. And he was like, fuck! But it's all right. We had a bag of holding to rob his bookshelf. Some of them might not have been for Reza, and maybe just for Cypher's fucking curiosities.
Of course.
He doesn't pay that much attention. Unless he needs the book, and then he'd be like, "Hey, that fuck's my book."
Yeah.
And Garrett went to see the botanist for some help with his plant, and she was like, "Well, we'll just do a thing."
Yeah.
And now she's coming home with us.
She is. She is indeed. So, I believe that's where we left off with you all heading back to the Folly with Vanya doing deals in the dark, in a dark alley somewhere. That be right in saying?
Not the first time she got done dirty in the back alley.
I mean, it's fair. All right.
Yeah.
Case.
I think she would, because they headed back. Did they leave a note? Isn't that what they did?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, a note. A note was left for you that they'd gone back. So.
Yes, she would go and find the note.
Yeah, that's fine. With that then, so we'll basically say, Vanya, you and the nurse having signed an agreement to form a new coven, a new sisterhood. You both returned to the society where it's here. You found a note basically saying, where the fuck have you been? We've left without you. We'll see you back at the Folly. Desmond.
Yes.
On the way back through lower streets, I'm going to need you to make me a Constitution saving throw, please. In fact, actually, no. Let's go one better. Roll me a sleight of hand.
A sleight of hand. Oh, dear.
All right, there will be a complication along the way home with regards to you carrying this slime box. But before that happens, I'll give you a few moments to think on it. Let's bring us back in to where we left off last week. So with the vast majority of the group now having their business concluded at society, you depart through the large metal door that's warded against all intruders and step out. In fact, it's no longer raining, so we can get rid of, at long last, the rain. While it's still cloudy and the cobbles still slick from the last several weeks of rainfall, it's no longer as dark as and gloomy as usual. If there was perhaps the moon behind the clouds, it now illuminates the voluminous mass above you with a slightly greenish, bluish tinge, to the point where, even though it's dark, you can still make out the clouds above you. You begin this trek back through Market Row and into lower streets with a cowled figure closely in tow. I would probably say she's more than likely 6 inches or so behind you, Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
And rather than walking, she just seems to float with the hem of the cloak dragging on the floor. This is, of course, the botanist. Desmond, what's this little complication of yours?
On the way back to the Folly, just after Market Row, Desmond checks the box, just shifting it a little bit, and doesn't hear the sloshing inside. And he cracks it open to discover that the slime is not inside of it. So, glancing around, let's see here. Fair is fair. This is a horrible roll for me.
Yes, yes, it is.
Fantastic. Looking all over, he is a little bit alarmed and stops where he is, opening the box to show it to everyone. And the more perceptive people might realize that the slime has escaped and is crawling around on him, much to his complete... he's completely oblivious to it. And it's just crawling over him and popping up in different spots and looking around, kind of.
Oh, I saw that image. I had to use it.
we have a problem that... Look! And he's going to show the open box to everyone who's with him.
Meanwhile, this somewhat vomit-coloured ooze, that's, I would say, roughly 4 inches in diameter. It's kind of just made its way up Desmond's shoulder blade and is now just sat on his shoulder. It's part of it opens up almost like a mouth, and those who do see it would see like 2 black, beady, discoloured areas that give it almost the they almost look like eyes. It's just sat there.
Cypher's just sat there, just pointing at Desmond.
Cypher, it wasn't intentional. I held the box. I didn't know that it would get out.
No, it's there.
Reza
What?
was...
Desmond's going to swing around and try to look wherever Cypher's pointing at
Wait, hold
on
still.
the ground.
Hold still. Hold still. Reza didn't see it at first. She was kind of looking around on the ground, but then once Cypher pointed it out, she walks up to Desmond and she says, "Hold perfectly still." And she takes the box from his hand, puts it up to his collarbone where this thing is, and kind of like gently tries to boop the thing from behind to get back into the box.
Like a child on a slip and slide. Sal
Yeah.
scoots down his arm and just sloshes into the box.
And seeing that, Desmond's going to slowly lower the lid on and try to make sure there's no cracks or anything or any way for him to try to get out again. Just with bated breath, like being ever so careful, like he's holding something that's going to break into a million pieces. Just slow, like little clack as it shuts, and then he's just going to hold it shut and go back to holding it directly in front of him like it's like a hot plate or something. Like, ooh. Well, she could have warned us that it was not only fragile, but that also would try to make a break for it.
We should find something better to store it in, because that box is hurt.
Yeah,
Holes in it, I'm sure.
it's a good idea.
Yeah, good idea. We'll check back at the folly. I'm sure there'll be some. Maybe we have a jug or something.
Yeah.
All right. And with that said, you continue back, following the road, dipping through the crowds. Desmond, you keeping this box almost perfectly still throughout the entire journey before eventually reaching the doors to the folly. As you swing open the entrance, step inside. Have you reopened the folly yet, or is it still closed?
How far after the actual war
This will be the next day.
are we now?
And probably like mid-afternoon, late evening. Or, well, early evening, sorry.
We'll stay closed tonight and open the
Okay.
next day.
Alright. So, as you step inside, there is naught but silence. Obviously, a few of the lanterns and candles around the edges are lit. Sat by the fire, reading a book. A very small book in his hands is the form of Skarn, who just glances up at the door, sniffs the air, grunts, and then goes back to the book. No sign of Julian. There is a aroma of food emanating from the kitchen. Francis either never sleeps or never stops cooking. But at that, not even Falco or anyone else is present. It will be here where the botanist steps in, looks around, looks at the Dragonborn, looks at you all to see whether or not she can drop her cowl.
Should we go downstairs?
Yes, let's.
All right. Desmond's going to approach the stairs and just descend them so slowly that it's painful to be behind him. There we go. And another one. And just almost like he's talking to himself and the ooze in the box, too.
As we're...
Who would be behind the botanist on the way through towards the kitchen? If you are, roll me a perception check. Garrett, it wouldn't be you, because she's following you like a bad smell.
Probably to be Cypher with his nose in one of the books that he's pilfered. Perception, did you say?
Yes, please.
Reza was probably
Yeah.
following up the rear.
Cypher, you wouldn't notice because you're too busy nosing book, but Reza, you would certainly see as the botanist walks past the shelf containing the alcohol, she seems to straighten up for a moment. Her head spins to the side, looks up towards the top shelf, and just beneath the cowl, just beneath the cowl, you see her nose slightly quiver as she sniffs the air, and in a quick flash, a thorny vine just whips out from under the cloak, grabs hold of a bottle from the top, and just pulls it into the cowl.
Reza just nods to herself. Respect. And then she nudges Cypher.
Ha! What?
I have an idea. You know our mutual interest in a certain thing at the gate.
Yeah.
Do you think today might not be a bad time to capitalize on recent events to retrieve it?
A smug, literally ear grin appears on Cypher's face. Cypher did good.
Yes.
You got a plan?
Got the beginnings of one.
Good enough. And he closes the book and puts it back in the bag of holding that she's still carrying.
Let's let Garrett finish whatever this is, and then we'll tell him what we're going to do, because I don't want him to get mad at me for taking you into danger.
He didn't say it was going to be dangerous.
Cypher.
Well, I'm allowed to make jokes.
Fine. And she keeps walking slowly. Fine.
Yeah. Everyone's slowly walking at this point because Desmond's taking the lead with this box containing Sal. He's taking each step.
It's like a wake.
It's like a snail's pace. You know, I could imagine, Desmond, that every step, you know, you put both feet on the step, pause for a moment, look at the box, another step, pause.
So he keeps the box in the same place, like right in front of his chest, and he's basically moving one foot down, getting that one there, and then moving the other foot to join it, and then another foot down to the next step, and he's just going like that, almost like sideways.
Mm-hmm.
So just like slightly angled to the side, just to make sure that he doesn't it doesn't go forward or anything.
Would they have been moving slow enough for Vanya to catch up?
I would probably. Are you skipping back, Vanya? Because at a brisk pace. I would. You're quite happy.
Yes, because she's skipping because she's happy, but then also the letter kind of seemed a little urgent, like, get back. So yeah, she's beaming.
All right. I would say as Desmond reaches the bottom of the stairwell, from the kitchen into the basement, and then the basement down to the undercroft. Desmond just reaches the bottom of the undercroft, where it opens out into the long corridor, and that's where, Vanya, you turn up at the top of the stairs.
She's gonna be kind of in her own little world and is like skipping, taking 2 steps at a time, going down the steps, singing.
What are you singing?
I got a friend, I got a friend, I got a lifelong friend.
The rest of you would hear this as Vanya's starting to take 2 steps down the stairs behind you.
I think everybody just accepts it because it's Vanya. Just be like, oh yeah, Vanya's here.
Reza's just gonna brace herself, because she's probably the last one in line. Just brace herself for Vanya running into her, not realizing how slowly they're all moving. So she just braces for impact.
Which is gonna happen because she's not paying attention.
Of course it is. Let's go for a dexterity saving throw from you, please, Reza. And yeah, let's go the same for you, Vanya. 2 dexterity saving throws. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. It's not good enough though. Vanya's moving a little quicker than you anticipated, Reza. And as you turn around with a hand outstretched to brace yourself, Vanya is already there, eyes closed, humming and singing away as she collides into you. It's at that moment where both of you start to stumble. Cypher, make me a dexterity saving throw.
Fuck, I knew this was going to happen in a second.
Yes.
Cypher, what happened? How do you stop them, or do you stop them at all? This is on you.
No, Cypher sidesteps and just watches them both land at his feet. He's like, nope.
No.
I'm a frail boy. Not today.
Luckily, Desmond, the botanist, and Garrett have cleared the stairwell at this point and are making their way down the corridor. But you three would hear this clatter behind you as Vanya charges into Reza, and they both go tumbling down the stairwell into the undercroft.
What are you two doing?
Somebody wasn't paying attention to where they were going. She
Vanya.
ribs Vanya to get her off of her.
Because Vanya is on top of her and they're nose to nose. Vanya is just breathing in her face. Really hard too, because it took a lot from her. It kind of knocked the air out of her, so she's like
Whereas Reza doesn't need to breathe, so she's just get off of me!
And before Vanya gets off of her, she's gonna save the world. Even the night world needs a little bite from a bad girl, huh? With a good spark. So she takes her hand and she just, her finger, up with her chin, and she says, so chin up. fangs bared, like she's gonna pull her lip down.
Reza bites her.
Roll me a bite attack.
She's gonna try to pull the hand back.
We'll see whether or not Reza hits.
Oh, I don't know if I can do this because we're not in a combat scenario.
I'm gonna give you a fury point anyway. You should be able to.
Okay, hang on. Sorry.
In fact, fury, you don't need a fury point for bite. Does 27 hit, Vanya?
Oh my gosh, yes! Can I not, like, try to get out of the way?
Careful where you put your fingers, know what I'm saying?
Careful where you put your fingers. I was saying
I'm gonna say...
Go on, Reza. I'll leave it over to you.
I'm gonna say this is just like a warning bite, so no con save needed.
Just
so, yeah.
Like, I got a little blood that comes out. She's gonna... Ugh.
Yeah, it's like your cat comes over to you for like a belly rub, and then it decides it doesn't want belly rubs anymore, and it nips at you to stop rubbing its belly. That's what this bite is.
She's gonna shake her hand, and she's gonna look at her, and she's like, "So go out there and show them what a grumpy, glorious vampire you truly can be."
Get yourself off of my person before I bite your neck.
Okay. She gets up because she's like, her finger hurts. She didn't want her neck bit.
It is good to see that you are both so intimate. At this point, the botanist has dropped the hood and is stood there with her head tilted to one side, a big shit-eating grin on her face as she's looking down at both of you.
Totally stifling a laugh behind the botanist.
Her gaze will linger on you for a moment, Vanya, as a somewhat furrowed expression crosses her features. A slight shudder ripples through her body before she shakes it off and turns back towards you, Garrett. It has been... This place is... comforting. Yes.
Yes, I take great peace down here.
There are traces of what lies below, but not too potent. And with that, she'll reach her hand out towards you, Garrett. Take me, I wish to see this blackthorn of yours.
I put out my arm to link with her. And as we get to the door to the thorn room, I unlock it.
The vines start pulling back.
And from the sound of the vines and the roots, the botanist can know exactly what's happening behind the door.
So the question is, are the rest following you in, Garrett, or is this just going to be a you and a botanist affair?
To start with, it'll be me and the botanist, and that'll give Desmond time to find somewhere to put the ooze of doom. And then we'll invite everyone in once we've done what needs to be done.
All right. So as Garrett and the botanist step into the thorn room, those who would try and follow are quickly blocked as the various roots and vines begin to crawl back over and seal the room off. what do you four do? Reza, Cypher, Vanya, Desmond.
Desmond is going to take the slime box to the old bar area to try to find a tankard or something to put it in so it can't get out of the box.
All right. At this point, as you step into the bar, Desmond, it's a... calling it the old bar would be an insult. It has been completely revamped. Dwen's still there, hammering away just at the far end. Not in the bar itself, but in a section just off to the... out of sight, but... yeah, the bar, it's... In fact... Oh, I forgot what we decided on. Was it like a blackwood... A dark black counter, a multitude of rounded tables with stools. All former wreckage, rubble, dust, gone. Clear. It's quite a welcoming sight by now. Of course, with the exception of the from the from the room off to the side.
All right. Are there still bottles and such around?
Yep. A whole new suite of freshly made tankards, empty bottles, all line the walls behind the counter.
All right. Well, Desmond's going to look for things that might suffice. So he'll spend some time there, kind of browsing. Going to set the slime on the table. And the box, just set it there so he knows it's not going anywhere and he's not holding on to it. He's going to look for something more suitable to keep the little guy in.
That old bottle that when's finished.
Let's see.
It's a nice try.
So Desmond will he's going to find a, because there's no latch on the box, right? It's just kind of open.
Yeah. With enough strength and interest, Sal, could lift the lid. Probably get the impression that he's not really had much reason to get out of his box recently, but things have changed. There's a lot of movement. There's a lot of new things, and
Okay, so what Desmond's going to try to find is if there's anything in here that can actually be latched, he's probably going to look for that. But I'm thinking like maybe like a stein with a lid on it, or like a big jug with a stop.
Absolutely.
Like that's what he's going to look for.
Yeah, I'm good with either of those. It's down to you.
And so Desmond's going to get one of these big jugs, with like the handle on the side. Like a growler, I think it might be called, and just put it there. And he's going to take some of the oil from his backpack. He's gonna think better of that. He's gonna just basically try to get the mouth of this thing near the box and open it up and try to coax the little slime to get in the bottle.
What I'm going to quickly do,
gently.
I'm going to just switch us to a new scene, because I would say at this point, Dwen's been hard at work, and the Undercroft's a much cleaner, brighter area. So I think this will suffice going forward.
Yes.
Yeah, apologies for the laughter there. Growler in the UK is something completely fucking different.
Yeah, it is.
Clearly.
Is it dirty?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
The way they're laughing, you know it's dirty. Yeah, but just look at put them in a jug. That's all.
Yes. Which it wouldn't be a problem. You have to keep turning your attention to the box every now and again as you hear the wooden lid begin to creak as Sal's various pseudopods begin to reach out and stretch to try and get out. But eventually, yes, you would find a sort of a lidded stein to slip him into.
All right, so that's what Desmond wants to do, and then we got to find a place for it to reside where it's safe. So once he gets him transferred, he's going to go and look for that.
All right. While you're doing that, Cypher, Reza, Vanya, anything you wish to do in particular, or are you just going to mill around? What's the plan?
Well, Reza is gonna kind of pull Cypher aside and quietly sketch out her rough plan.
Are you trying to do this sneakily?
I was thinking about it. What do you think?
I mean, if you want to do it sneakily, we do it in Abyssal, because Jump's character as Abyssal is terrible, so she only
It's
get half
abysmal.
of it.
Yeah.
Hooray!
Yeah, so they're talking in Abyssal.
Okay.
So Reza says, it seems like I don't think you saw what they did to Momstown after our little escapade there, but I think it would make sense if a representative or two from the court went to collect our friend hanging from the Cornelian Gate in order to tie up loose ends, because it's entirely possible he was responsible for that as well.
I mean, true, that, and they've got a vampire just dangling outside the gate for anybody to just take.
Mm-hmm. So it's safe.
So how do you want to take it?
Well, do you remember when we were at, doing the night we set the whole town on fire? The man in the red robe.
I can't. Oh, right. I was going to say I can't turn myself into fire.
But I wasn't going to ask you to turn yourself into fire.
Oh.
If you looked like one of those blokes, and we can put me in some armor, and I'll carry my musket and look like a warden.
I mean, we have some warden armor.
Oh, we do, don't we? And then we'll have a cart. We'll slap him down in the cart and carry him off.
That means one of us has to pull a cart. Why don't, if we're impersonating somebody from the court, why don't we just ask for a horse?
Oh, that's smart. I like it.
Or well, I don't know if I've ever seen a proper horse in the city, but a beast of burden. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been big and fancy and powerful. Yeah. We'll just ask for something and tell them to do it.
We'll demand something and tell them to do it.
Right. You got it. It's all about.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to play the part. Now, all right, give me your best demanding face.
So Reza's tries to make a very stern face,
Cypher imitates it. So she's looking in the mirror and he's like, nah. It's bad.
What do you mean bad?
Look at it. And he makes a face back at her.
Is it her face?
Yeah, it's her face.
So Reza has not seen her face.
Throw up the thing.
Excuse.
So as Cypher does this, his face would begin to shift and change into that of yours, Reza. Over to you, Reza.
This is a very poignant moment for Reza because she has not seen her face in over 20 years. Because she's a vampire and does not have a reflection. So she is seeing her face with a horrible scowl on it for the first time, and then she just kind of gets this soft look on her face momentarily and reaches out and touches Cypher's Reza face. Is that what I look like?
Yeah, why? Well, right now, look, you got the rosy cheeks because you just fed. See, I can tell you just fed recently because you got rosy cheeks and you got colour, and your eyes are bigger when you fed, and your teeth, and he shows you your fangs. He goes, they're longer when you've just fed too.
I haven't seen my face since I became this. Thank you, Cypher.
Oh, okay. If you ever need a mirror, just let me know.
Right, so help me practice scowling now.
Okay. So for the next 5 minutes is them two scowling and making funny faces at each other.
Talking in abyssal.
Yeah.
As they're doing that, Vanya, at some point in the middle of that conversation, is going to kind of walk by, but not making eye contact, because what she thought that she heard was that they were going to demand somebody to slap and hang a horse. And she didn't want to be that person. But she's headed to her room to grab some books to bring back to the table in front of the gathering area, because she wants to read up more on managing a coven and to set some guidelines around that. But she's still feeling very weirded out by their conversation and doesn't want to be asked.
That is absolutely perfect.
Oh
So
dear.
when she comes back, she's gonna kind of scurry again and just kind of keep her head down.
Oh. Jump, don't change. Don't ever change.
I think that's perfect though. Her just picking up specific words in odd, because like in certain languages, like the sentence will be said like backwards, and then mean something totally different. So her just picking up odd words and then just filling in the blanks because she didn't know the rest it's just so Vanya. It's amazing.
It really is.
Yeah, I was sitting there just listening to you guys. It's like, okay, she would get that one.
Gonna hang a horse? What the fuck?
Slap a hanged horse. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright. So, with that said, I would imagine at this point, you're probably going to take this discussion towards the new bar, or what's
maybe at one of the tables, one of the finely crafted new tables with the fancy chairs.
Got to test them out.
Yeah.
Yep.
So with you having that conversation, I'm going to cut back towards Vanya. Vanya, is there anything else you wish to add or bring forth?
No, she's just she's trying to research, like what it's like to be in a coven, to be the leader, like managing it, what she needs to do with all of that. So she's trying to see if she has anything in her books, and if she doesn't see it in hers, she's gonna go like rummaging through other rooms and people's rooms to try to find books that maybe they have on it.
Roll me an Arcana check. There's nothing in particular about covens in the books that you've got. There would be things of, managing businesses, perhaps, or how guilds are organised, but the word coven very rarely springs up. So in that case, I'm going to ask you to roll me a history check, please. Much better. Your time with the nurse in the past brings forth a few tomes that she has. Granted, these tomes are old, ancient. The leather they're bound in is brittle, frail, but familiar. And you do remember at one point that something in regards to forming a coven was noted in there. And the first thing that springs to mind is that you need to sign a contract with a like-minded individual, one who you would call sister, one who you would share your weals and woes with, one where you are all equals. And that is the very start of a coven. Covens can be made with 2, but 3 or more bring greater benefit. That's probably the only thing you would remember from, again, you've read a lot of books whilst being tutored by the nurse. So that's kind of all I can give you for 13.
So she's, making little notes and, plans, and she's kind of written down, share my woes. She's going to start documenting those. They're mostly about Reza. And
Job's done.
And then she starts mapping out plans of how to find her third. But the first item for plans is research what the third needs to be,
Yeah.
And start kind of I guess asking around. And
I think a visit to the nurse and perhaps a book from her is the last thing you may need in regards to getting the last bits of information.
No, she just needs to walk around to people being like, do you want to join a coven?
Turn yourself into a hag.
Exactly.
I can
You
give
can
you
sell
so much
yourself.
loving.
On that note, I'm going to call a quick BRB since we're on the hour timer.
Very well.
And we will pick things back up in a moment in the Thorn Room with Garrett and the botanist. So, I will be right back. There you go. I don't sing very often, but you're welcome. Be right back.
Well, I didn't expect everything going in that direction.
Pariahs the musical.
Oh my god. It's like when all those sitcoms you see on TV have the musical episode. I feel like we've just hit it.
Just wait till we have the episode where we all get turned into Muppets.
Joke's on you, I already am one.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Well, thank you.
He must be pissing like a racehorse.
The dam has come down.
Sadly, was in the kitchen. I was having a chat with her while pouring myself a drink. I nipped to the loo. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh. So, banana rum is good. I think it'd be better with a mixer. So I've gone back to the normal spiced. And neat.
I'm not big on flavored alcohol usually.
It's not got much of a banana flavour. But it's noticeable. Say, Lucius?
Yeah. You can smell it more than you can taste it. It's just
Absolutely.
a hint.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very pleasant.
Back.
Welcome back.
So much so I've drank half a bottle already.
Nice. All right. Oh, God, I've got cat hairs up my nose.
That's what you get for having it lie on your face and fall asleep.
Oh, don't. In fact, have I got that picture? I have. So this
show the stream how the cat sleeps.
This was me earlier. Yeah.
Personal space.
Yeah, Yaski knows not of personal space. All right.
Also,
So go on.
all space is his space.
Pretty much. And he gets right up in your grill. All right, so I'm going to go back to this and use this for the moment. In the Thorn Room, behind the closed vine doors stands the botanist, who at this point has completely removed the cowl and is stood glancing around the room. What was originally a grin in the corridor is now just a large, warming smile. Garrett, what does she see?
She sees basically an enormous stalk at the far end of the room, where all the thorns that surround the entire basement of the Baron's Follies compound stems from. And then down one wall is my little kitchen garden, as it were, where I'm growing the mushrooms for the bloodshot and some little herbs and things that I've been tweaking for the kitchens.
With branches outstretched from her back, the botanist begins to hover over towards this small herb garden you've got growing, Garrett. And from a position of, I would say, 3 or 4 feet off the ground, she just looks down with a tilted head. I was expecting more.
Unfortunately, seeds are hard to come by in Novostoya, and we're making the best of what little we have.
Where are your pots? Sustenance?
I've been making things as I go along, and we did have some bone meal a while back, which we used. But we decided against that because it had a chance of contamination.
She seems to have zoned out, and at this point she's just clicking her fingers towards you, Garrett. The original smile gone, that of the crazed experimentation now crossing. Bam, more, do you have more pots or containers?
I can certainly make some. Some planters.
As soon as you say that, the roots and vines that grow out of the back begin to scoop up pieces of dirt, putting them in small piles on the ground next to her. As other vines begin to cut and lop parts of the mushrooms and herbs off, planting them deep in these mounds of soil. And this only takes 60 seconds, if that, before she recoils back, closes her eyes, and with a quick wave of her hand, casts plant growth on each and every one of them. Whatever yield you had has been tripled.
No.
Mushrooms grow into 3-foot tall stalks of fleshy fungi. The herb plants easily just shoot up to 6-8 feet tall. You know, some of them are hitting the roof of the chamber and starting to arch over. With a brief nod, she turns back to you, Garrett. Good. Better that it is now a useful garden. Now, for the main. Show me this thorn bush of yours.
I walked to the end of the room and put my hand on the main stalk. Almost gently, in a familiar type way, like it's a part of me, but not.
Like a spider on a web, the nurse begins to crouch and crawl over the stonework before eventually dropping herself next to the main stem of the blackroot bush. And it's there where she offers a respectful nod to you, Garrett, before pressing herself, her forehead to it. Again, with eyes closed, she begins to whisper in Sylvan. This is a very old Sylvan. You can understand the meaning behind the words, but perhaps not exactly the words themselves. But it's also a very familiar tongue, one that you've heard before from someone perhaps similar to the botanist.
Mm-hmm.
With a slight smile and a nod, the botanist draws back and looks toward you, Garrett. Well, cared for, happy, content. Yes, this is the perfect candidate. A gift from me to you and this. A blessing. Yes. Yes. Without consulting you, the shine in her eyes, that of the crazed, almost like a mad scientist in a laboratory, is probably the best way to describe it. The nurse places a hand upon the root of the blackthorn, and it's at this moment, Garrett, where you would feel immense power. That's similar to those used by the court. A very familiar and strong fey magic. With her hand on the center, the stem of this black root, or this blackthorn root, it begins to shimmer, quiver. The roots around the chamber begin to bulge slightly, and the rest of you who are also in the Undercroft would see that the roots that feed through the roof and the ceiling and through the walls, that they would begin to rumble. You'd probably hear just off somewhere beneath the sounds of sawing and hammering. Oh, I've just made that one. Oh, I didn't know things were going to shift. Oh, you fucking. Perhaps somewhere an orc woman's hard work's just been undone. The walls creak, dust falls from the ceiling, the roots tremble. As the botanist casts Awaken on the blackthorn bush. Awaken! After spending the time casting the spell and tracing magical pathways, you touch a huge or smaller beast or plant. Now, I would say that at this point, the blackthorn bush that permeates through the Undercroft is indeed a huge plant.
Huge!
The blackthorn gains an intelligence score of 10. It gains the ability to usually speak, but at the moment I'm just going to say understand one language. That language is going to be that of Sylvan. And common. It will be able to understand a few common words once, perhaps, told, but primarily it will understand completely the Sylvan tongue. If the target is a plant, which it is, it gains the ability to move its limbs, roots, vines, creepers, and so forth, and it gains senses similar to humans. Its stats, well, yes, is the question. Yes is the answer to the question. This thing is, basically, in a nutshell, the botanist has created a sentient treant to act as the guardian to the folly. Now, this rumbling, this thrashing of roots lasts for 2 or 3 minutes before eventually the roots begin to calm and pull back into the walls. Any cobbles or brickwork that was previously knocked out are grasped by smaller vines and brought back into position. As the botanist takes her hand off, she offers a single nod and then looks towards you, Garrett. He wishes a name.
A name. Elias.
The thorn bush in the center of the room rustles for a moment. The botanist turns her attention to the newly awakened Elias and nods. Elias, accepts the name and, with her hand still on the stem, feels thankful for your care.
After all, he is a link to family.
The botanist nods slowly. Given time and attention, which I'm sure you will be happy to give, he will speak unto you, but for now, the botanist will motion a hand towards you. He just wishes a word, a command, and order, purpose.
Protect my home. Our home.
From the ceiling, a single thorned vine begins to descend towards you, Garrett, and if you reach out a hand towards the branch, it would wrap softly around your wrist. A gesture of acknowledgement.
I reach up with a hand where my signet ring is.
And the vines would reach to the signet ring and sort of entwine around your finger as well. A silent pact between plant and fae. The only thing that would ring out at this would be the nurse. Oh, fucking, why do I keep saying nurse? I've got nurse in my head because of Vanya at the minute. God damn it. The botanist. Would just be stood there. You are in my head. The botanist will be there just clapping her hands together, smiling. Well, it seems that this is my gift to you all. There is but one thing left that I wish to offer. And with an outstretched hand, 2 apples begin to grow. She offers one towards you, Garrett, and the second she keeps for herself. To a beneficial arrangement, and thank you for your trust in bringing me here, and I am pleased to witness such a words seem to fail here as she just motions towards the black root, or the blackthorn root.
I hold the apple in both my palms in like a bowl-shaped pose and just give her a deep nod, almost a bow of thanks.
She returns the gesture. The question is, Garrett, in regards to protecting your home, is it now?
Well, I would think with all the shaking and rattling, the rest of the group would be hammering on my door. Trying to find out what...
Because alternatively, there could be screams from outside that may need to be tended to.
I think until they enter the room,
Okay.
the plant wouldn't have fully activated.
Sure. So, with that said, the rest of you, having seen, you would all have seen the vines and the roots here moving of their own accord. And whatever damage was done to the undercroft was quickly repaired by shoots that come from the thorns, grab hold of the various brickwork and pull it back into place. What do you all wish to do?
Probably stop mid-conversation, Billy. Or maybe we should go see what Garrett's up to, because that was weird, right?
Yes, that was really weird. And they're still talking in Abyssal, but don't realize it.
Yeah, there's still two reses.
Yeah, it's still a taller one and a shorter one.
Just agreed with each other. Yeah.
Vanya is going to respond to them in Abyssal and say, "Is that the horse?"
The two reses just look back at her.
Yeah, but yeah, just like, what? At the same time, just both go, what?
What?
I would, Desmond, how, cause you're also in the bar where this is going on, what's your thoughts on seeing two reses and Vanya?
Well, it's
obvious.
one of the things that going through Desmond's head is judging from how Vanya deals with just one Reza and how just the one Reza deals with Vanya, this could be interesting. So he's keeping the tankard safe.
Yeah.
He sat there with the tankard giving a commentary. All right, it's two reses. One Vanya.
Just well, let's see how this goes.
I would imagine, like, from the top, perhaps, if you've not sealed it, the lid's off and Sal's just positioned itself at the top of the tankard looking out with these two black spots.
So I'll tell you what I imagine.
Go on.
Is like Desmond has the tankard and it's on there. He's holding the handle. He's not trying to restrain the thing too much. But if it pops the lid open, I imagine, like, have you ever seen the Flubber movie?
Yeah, that's exactly how I see Sal.
I just picture this like this Flubber thing, just coming up, and it's like almost like a stalk, just kind of like scanning the room like it was a radar, like an antenna or something, and just taking in what's going on. Because it's got to be like if he has any kind of intelligence, it's got to be weird for him too. So Desmond's just sat there and trying to make sure that the thing doesn't try to bolt. But,
just to give you a quick idea, can you see Sal's character sheet? Bear with me. Let me.
Yes.
Yeah. Check its intelligence score.
16?
Wow.
Like it was clearly smart to some degree. Like, so Desmond's just assuming that he's just taking in what's going on around him. But yeah, so if as long as he's staying put, like, he's happy to just let him kind of scan around and look at stuff, and he might be going on a little bit of a trip with them around the folly. It's just he's just keeping in mind, like the nurse said, don't, he's fragile. So
yeah,
that's it. So Desmond's just trying to keep him protected.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sal understands common, but he can't speak it, and it does have telepathy. But whether he chooses to talk to you through that is entirely down to him. So far, though, he hasn't. But yes, he can understand, and for an ooze, for a slime, this thing's really intelligent.
Smarter than half a market row.
It is.
Yeah, so, and like if Desmond's watching him do this and sees it doing, it's like, you'll get used to it sometimes. Well, you really never know what you're going to see here. You might even see someone exploded on the floor.
Did Vanya hear that?
I would
He's
imagine.
saying it very low, like almost like he's talking. Like have you ever like been like petting like a cat or a dog that you're holding, and you're just going to say it to him like very very low down? He's being very quiet about it.
And
He's
is
not
it
trying to-
all kind of lovey like that?
Well, not so much the lovely part, but
Oh.
like just like you see this kind of thing happens here, and you're gonna have to get used to it. And we'll have to figure out how you're going to go about making the potions and the other things that are needed. And so that's kind of what he's doing, is just minding the slime.
Oh, a slime that's smarter than the vast majority of the party.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dear me. That's amazing. All right, but with that said, yes, there is indeed, the topic that the vines moved quite aggressively and vigorously. What are you all doing?
Going to see what the commotion is.
Yeah, knock on the door and say in Abyssal, Garrett, is everything all right?
And Cypher turned and be like, speaking of this, so.
Shit. Garrett, is everything all right?
I like to imagine Abyssal sounds like Klingon.
Yeah, pretty much. It's a lot of and
In your arse.
R's. Yeah, a lot of rolling R's and a lot of hard consonants.
Everything's fine. Give me a second. Elias, can you open the door, please?
With the words spoken, the vines in front of you all begin to recede and pull back, giving you all a view into the room where, for those who've been here before, it doesn't seem, anything out of the ordinary. The nurse, fucking hell, the botanist, god damn it. The botanist and Garrett are stood at the far end of the room near the core of the blackthorn bush. Off to the side where Garrett's growery was, has tripled in size. What the somewhat smaller mushrooms are now humongous. What herbs were there?
Cypher
are
was
now...
just in here yesterday, so he's kind of like, what the fuck?
How's the anti-dead things vibe in the room? Is it stronger?
No, it's exactly the same as it was.
Then Reggie will just, walk in and just stand against the wall by the door.
Okay. Vanya, Reza, you're stepping in. Cypher, you going in?
Yeah. I'll start examining the herbs and stuff first. I'll be like, why are they bigger?
Vanya, Desmond, are you two stepping in or are you staying out?
Vanya's gonna step in, but she's gonna stay behind Reza and Cypher, just kind of not being like in their gaze, but just kind of seeing what's going on, but doesn't want to be called upon just in case anything.
Well, Rez is against a wall, so you can't be behind her.
Well, I mean, but
You
you're not
never-
like
you
on
never
that
know.
wall.
Which Reza are you behind?
Oh shit! Roll me a twist of fate, Vanya.
Both. Shit.
Oh, I'm gonna say you're alongside the actual Reza with that one at the wall, unless you wish to choose otherwise.
She didn't know any difference. Like, she was following both of them, and she's just whichever one is the closest, she's gonna go behind.
Next to.
Next to.
Desmond, have you still got Sal? Are you stepping in the room?
Desmond is not stepping into the room because the room is full of vines and mushrooms and things to trip on. But he does still have the tankard with Sal in it.
Okay.
Because he was under the impression that Sal would want to follow them, and in order to have him not run off on his own, he followed them.
Smart. As you all step into the room, minus Desmond and Sal, Reza, you post up against the wall, and it's at that moment where you feel a shift behind you. I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw at disadvantage, please.
Hockey.
Okay.
As you lean back against the wall, in a split second, it feels almost like a vine has wrapped around your leg, and your world suddenly turns 180 degrees as you are spun around and lifted high into the air by a vine that begins to start to move as in a thrashing motion, as if to throw you around the room.
She's so surprised by this, she grabs onto the closest thing to her, and that is Vanya.
You
Fuck.
So, do you know what? I'm going to say, Vanya, roll me a dexterity saving throw at disadvantage, please. DC 15.
saving throw at disadvantage. Okay.
Yes, please. 15 or more and you're good. Oh.
Just short.
Just
How
short.
unfortunate.
How unfortunate. Oh, if only the DM was more kind. But no, with that, Reza, you go up in the air, grabbing hold of the first thing that you can, which is indeed an unsuspecting Vanya. And both of you whoop, get dragged about 8 feet in the air and turned upside down. And just as it begins to start to move in a thrashing manner, anyone wish to do anything?
I'm real quick though. I'm imagining that like Reza was already halfway upside down when she grabbed Vanya, so they're almost like face to face from like in the Spider-Man movie where Reza's upside down and she's right side up.
Now, Keith.
Now, Keith.
Okay.
Now,
And Vanya is going to like panic, and she's just gonna wrap herself around Reza, like legs and arms.
So we have an aerial 69 going on. Cool.
That might well benefit. and give Elias pause.
Go on, Garrett, over to you.
So, and the moment Vanya wraps herself around Reza, the shaking stops. And I quickly say, "Stop! Put them down. They're friends. This is their home too."
And with
And I
that,
quickly run over to my work desk. Well, you and your
yeah. As this command bellows out from Garrett, the vines seem to stop just as it's about to launch Reza into a wall with Vanya wrapped around her. It stays in midair and slowly begins to lower them both to the ground. Not to the point of dropping Reza and Vanya in a pile, but a multitude of other vines begin to shoot out from the ceiling and turn them both right side up, landing both of you on your feet to the cobbles beneath. And at that moment, almost sheepishly, this larger vine begins to retract back into the walls.
Reza is just kind of like wild-eyed for a minute, and then she runs out of the room and is like just peering around the door frame.
Vanya's just gonna stay put and still.
Well, the vines won't go near Cypher or Vanya right now. It wasn't interested in Cypher or Vanya at all. It was only the fact that Reza grabbed you and that you were involved, which was amazing.
Note to self: don't stand by her.
Okay, so
Sorry, Gary, go on.
sorry, I've got the giggles now. Whew. So, while this is all happening, people getting put back on their feet and Reza running out the room, I go to my workbench and pick up 2 pieces of jewellery that I've been working on, off and on. And I quickly walk out the room and hand one to Desmond and one to Reza.
That's in their inventories.
Cool. So,
Well,
Reza, you should find a charm bracelet. At the moment, there's only one charm on it, and it's in the shape of a snowflake.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And to Desmond, it's like a best way to describe it would be like a St. Christopher medal, but instead of St. Christopher on it, it's also got a snowflake.
Reza has recovered enough from her Upsy Daisies moment to put the bracelet on her wrist and say, "Oh, it's quite lovely, Garrett. Did you make that?"
Yes. Inside all of these pieces, your bracelet, Desmond's pendants, Vanya's brooch, and Cypher's ring, is a blackthorn seed, which I intended to be a key to be able to, for you to open the room, but hopefully Elias should know you while you wear these things, and this shouldn't happen again.
It has a name now.
Yes. He's awoken.
You would
Reza's-
just see from the back the nurse tilt. Fucking hell, the botanist tilt her head to the side, look down.
Count it.
I know. Tell me about it. Look down through the entrance towards you, Reza, and just wave.
Hi. Hello, Elias. Pleasure to meet you. Remember, consent is important.
A root would start to protrude out of the ceiling above you and gingerly move, 3 inches
Jumps
away
back out
from-
of the room.
Even out of the room, other roots from the corridor begin to protrude out.
It was a joke. It's a joke.
They don't stop. They all come within, about 3 or so inches of you. Just hover
The
there.
botanist here is given him the ability to protect us the entirety of the folly.
I see he has your sense of humor. What the fuck? What the fuck is that?
It's a reminder
It's a
for me.
reminder.
Vanya is going to cast Detect Thoughts on the thorn.
Oh, okay. It is classed as a creature.
And is you said it was at 10 now?
Yeah, it's intelligent. It can't seem to form words, so you wouldn't be able to understand a. Go on, Garrett.
Oh, idea. I've got an idea.
Go for it. Go for it. If you've got an idea, go for it, man.
So you can't hear thoughts as such, but you can see like a disjointed image, and as you see it, for want of a better term, look directly at you because it can sense what you're doing. You can see like almost like a thermal image outline, and where your brooch is a bright green, like a really healthy plant color. And you can tell from that because you're wearing your brooch that I've made for you, he knows you as a friend, and you're completely safe while in the Baron's Folly.
And she's gonna put her hand over the brooch as though like appreciative, and then she's gonna say, "I just wanted to hear you, because you can hear us, and kind of understand what you want, what you need, what you desire."
One of the thorny roots would make its way over towards you, Vanya. For a brief moment, as it gets closer to you, you would sense through the detect thoughts a slight hint of reservation. A feeling of you're supposed to be unfriendly, but you wear something that proves you to be a friend. Almost a conflicting emotion within the root before eventually it extends and lays in your hand. You get the impression that, it's accepted you as, one of the inhabitants. Bear in mind, at this point, there are several other tendrils that have reached out towards Reza and Desmond as well. But they're, we're 3 or 4 inches away from them.
Can Vanya sense, is it like her magic? What is deterring?
Roll me an Arcana check.
My Arcana checks have been shit.
Which they shouldn't have been because of what you are. 15. It's probably due to the fact that you're studying under a hag and you've made a coven with a hag and you're perhaps becoming a hag.
Hags don't define Vanya. People need to understand that.
But yeah, it's the magics that you are radiating and the contracts that you have signed that makes this fey creature slightly recoil from you.
She's gonna say, because she can kind of sense that, and she's gonna say, no. It's all to change the world for the better. And she's gonna look around to everyone else. And I'm making improvements, right?
Cypher is too preoccupied with playing with the vine, and then he looks at his ring, looks at the vine, and goes, What about Dwen?
Funny you should say that. It's at that moment you just hear the, "Don't make me cut you down. Oh. Where's my axe? Where's my axe? Garrett!
Garrett takes up a complete sprint.
In the fighting pit just off the bar, you see Dwen stood there with a logging axe, swinging wildly at several vines as they protrude from the ceiling towards her.
Leave. She's fine. She's with me. I'll get her a token. Don't worry.
Almost like a lightning bolt rips through the vines. They just stop a few inches from Dwen as she just stands there with this logging axe, looks over her shoulder towards you, Garrett, looks back to the vines. All right, I'm not going to ask questions. Don't fuck with me, and I won't chop you up. You understand? The tip of the vine starts to slowly nod in response as it begins to retract back into the ceiling. Dwen still stood there with the axe at the ready as she looks back towards you, Garrett. Oh, all right. I've seen a lot of things, and this will be just another one of those things that I just forget ever happened.
Yes. Maybe I can aid in that. Help yourself from upstairs. Anything you want to drink. Just. I think you deserve it.
She pulls a bottle from a waistband out, already top shelf stuff, downs it, looks towards you, Garrett, smirks, and nods.
By the way, this is looking fantastic.
Cypher's gonna run in and be like, prisoners!
Fuck!
For the first time in his life, Garrett did not fully think something through.
I don't know how spells work. Some things.
Yes. There is indeed, as you make your way back into the central corridor and then towards the holding chamber, there is screams, a goblin, Krieger, and a captured mage, all just trying to kick away the roots as they are starting to climb their way and wrap around the bars. Oh, the mage is dead. Yes, you're right. Sorry, my bad. Yeah. Go on. What happens?
The mage has been picked up and it's literally had a head smashed against the wall. It's got his brains leaking out of his ear. Really, right now. It's not quite dead, but she's in a
bad spot. Yeah. Got one vine wrapped around her throat, one around her head, one around the leg, and has pulled her to the edge of the cage, almost to the point of trying to pull her through it.
Oh God.
Yeah. The goblin is leaping around this, small 5 foot by 5 foot cage, trying to dodge the vines. At the last minute, one of them wraps around his ankle, and you just hear the no. And Krieger at this point is just sat nothing seems to faze him anymore.
If this is death, I welcome it.
he's just sat with his back to the bars, arms folded. If he had the end of his tongue, he would click it, but he can't. So you just hear this.
Elias, I need them alive, but they're prisoners. They must not escape.
The vines continue to wrap and then stop for a moment. The goblin who's upside down screaming is dropped to the bottom of the cell. The vines surrounding Kruger begin to pull back, and the bloody pulp of the crushed mage. One of the vines stays wrapped around her ankle as it offers it towards the bars in your direction, Garrett.
It's not your fault. We didn't tell you. I didn't know how strong you were going to be. You're amazing.
It's at that moment where, almost in a depraved show of appreciation, a multitude of vines burst out of the ground around the cages, wrap around it, and begin to drag the cages underground. You just hear the goblin there going, "No, no, no! Not underground! What are you doing? Where am I going? No, I don't want to suffocate like this!" And a single vine shoots out from the side, punctures into its neck. The same happens with Krieger as well. Roll me a nature check, Garrett.
Nature check.
Nature check. You would probably see the vines pulse briefly, as if injecting something. The goblin and Kruger just go. Their eyes begin to glaze over as consciousness fades. The tendrils and roots that are wrapped around the cage continue to drag the cages down deeper into the ground, before eventually a few other roots begin to put the cobbles back in place above where the cages once were. I'm gonna say you make your own judgment based on that with a 12. You know, you've seen it happen. Whether yeah.
I'd like to think I'm sort of getting some like disjointed images as well.
Yeah.
Thinking that they're not dead. They're being kept alive like I've asked for.
Yeah.
And they can't escape.
Yes.
Really can't escape.
Yes. Yeah. Knocked unconscious, fed by plant nutrients and dragged underground.
There goes Timothy's fun.
Oh, Timothy's gone.
What Timothy's gone.
Oh yeah, good point.
Rest in peace times 2.
In a nutshell, Garrett, you get the impression that any further captives are probably going to be dragged underground, paralyzed, or made unconscious, fed with plant nutrients to keep them alive until you need them. God, that's dark.
Reza's followed everyone in to this area, and she just kind of looks at Garrett and is like, maybe we should explain to Elias that this is an establishment where the public is welcome during certain hours of the day. They just can't come down here.
Yes, I will sit and have a long talk with him.
Like
Also, be very careful what you ask for. He's very literal.
noted. Also, if someone comes down here escorted by us, you know, it's they're probably okay.
Yes. I think I'm going to spend many hours getting to know our new friend here.
From the back, the archway into the prisoner's room, the botanist is stood there, a huge beaming smile on her face. Already proving to be useful. I am so pleased. He is more than I could have ever have wished for. This is... I must... Yes. She reach your hand out, touch a vine. God's fuck's sake. And on the vine cast... Transport by plants. Now that says 6th level. She's actually going to expend an 8th level spell slot to cast that. Which basically means this thing is perpetual. You would see the vine begin to peel back, open up, and a greenish hue, a ripple of a portal appears. The botanist nods. I will be back in a few hours. There are some things that I wish. If you wish to see me or come visit, then ask and I'm sure he will be. Before she even finishes the word, she steps into this greenish hued portal out of sight. And at that, the roots begin to furl back over themselves, closing the transportation device. Congratulations, you've got a intelligence 10 colossal treant that protects the folly and has a gate to the botanist chamber in the society.
Suddenly Seymour.
Vanya will hide her finger that has a cut from Reza then.
Cypher's gonna walk in and be like, "Ooh, dead body! I need that," and start carving it up and be like, "I need his heart." Desmond, come crack its ribs for me.
That's
What?
so. What Desmond's gonna hear this and just kind of give an odd look, like, "Oh, all right." And he's gonna transition the tankard to his left hand. And then he's just gonna get the iron hand with the other one, and he's just gonna casually just start raining blows on the ribcage and shatter it, like almost like like with the same kind of casual motion, like you would if you're like clearing like the ice off a windshield or something, or just like something like that. Like you're just knocking something out of the way. It's like
Nice. And he's literally tearing this rib cage apart. Garrett! What's the heart?
I just walk over, point into the gore that is now all over my floor. And I'm like, it's that. You can see it's still beating.
Barely. Just...
Yeah.
Alright, cool. So this bit, so he's gonna start cutting the veins and arteries off off the heart so he can excise it from the body and be like, I need this.
Reza's just standing back, kind of watching, like licking her lips, subconsciously, like that's.
Especially because he looks like fucking Reza covered
Oh
in
my
claret.
God.
Got it. It's full heart. What? Still beating. Are they supposed to do that after they're dead?
It happens from time to time.
Okay. I need a jar first. And he goes to put it in the jar but Desmond still carry
Sal. Oh no. Unless stopped, he's going to absorb it. All right. As you put the heart, Sal reaches out, grasps hold of it, drags it into himself, and
Eats it.
immediately begins to bubble and disintegrate in its mass. But Sal turns from a sickly, greenish, vomity colour, the similar colour potion to the potion of healing, and goes a dark crimson.
Shit!
The secretions,
Desmond?
the secretions of the ooze are now that of blood.
Perfect. Russ is like, I'll take that.
Yeah, you've now got a blood ooze. This alchemical slime is just beginning to, again, slowly, it's not it doesn't gush blood, but it's crimson in colour and bleeds for all intents and purposes. Goodbye, potion of healing, question mark.
It's okay, Cypher.
But it is a fresh heart. Cypher's like,
We can get another one after we get the other thing.
okay.
Get
Desmond,
fucked.
why would you let me do that?
Oh, my hands were full, and he's quick.
Oh, okay. He's gonna start putting his bloody hands in Rez's mouth.
Desmond's gonna put the hand away. He's like, all right.
So, sorry, go on, Garrett.
No, I was just like, well, that was the thing.
Yeah. Yes, it was. Shall we call a quick BRB there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
All
I
right.
need a drink.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I need a drink after that.
Got to make a run real quick. Yeah.
Be right back.
And the back.
Hi, too, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Ta. Well, I hope you didn't need that heart, mate. I mean,
Yeah.
well, you did need it. Get fucked.
Yeah, 100% did need it. But
I'm
I
back.
couldn't help myself for the memes, you know? And I thought somebody had stopped me, but...
Nope. Yes, you needed that, and I am happy to take it away from you.
Hey, I was trying to control a gargantuan toddler.
Oh, dear. Good times. All right. With that, then. Garrett, I believe you're spending the next few hours educating this newly awakened... I mean, for all intents and purposes, I guess it's an ent of some description, but... yeah, colossal. You're
I'm
welcome.
basically be walking around the folly, going, this is our area. Public, come here. Don't attack the public. Things like that.
You probably see Scar and just sat reading a book at the fire, chewing a root, like the end of a root.
Before Garrett leaves the Undercroft, Reza's gonna approach him and be like, "So, speaking of things Cypher needs, I think today
Cypher's covered in blood and licking his fingers like...
it's good, right?" I guess it's an acquired taste, but anyway, we think that today, like right now-ish, would be a very opportune time to go collect that item from the gate that we spoke about last night. We have a plan, but I didn't want to run off and do that without running it by you first, because it's me and Cypher is crucial to the plan.
Tell me of the plan.
Okay, so basically, 2 members of the court are going to go and collect body from the gate because they don't want it to end up elsewhere. And those 2 members of the court are going to be me and Cypher, and it's going to come back here.
You should probably wear a disguise, but not hide the fact that you're a vampire. Just say it.
Yeah, I'm going to be disguised like a warden, I guess, and Cypher's going to be like that red robe fellow that we saw walking around with the Inquisitor.
As you see that, he's now Reza in a red robe.
How are you in a red robe, Cypher?
He uses the Troubadour's Flattery. Hold on.
Just getting you into the habit.
Yeah, I knew it was coming. It just takes time to get in your character sheet. Troubadour's Flattery to turn it into a red robe. So now I'm a sexy vampire in a red robe. Covered in blood. Still.
It's appropriate.
Now, that's all well and good. Do the court generally run errands for themselves?
Only when it's important and only when somebody does something stupid, like lights up the entire city with a magic spell.
Mm-hmm. No.
Doc, sorry, I am definitely still ill.
Are you alright there?
Yeah, yeah, I can feel it.
Oh dear.
If you need to bounce, man, don't worry.
No, it's fine. Like I can tell it's on its way out. Let's just put it that way.
Right. Well, you just have to babysit and ooze for the rest of the episode. Dude.
Yep.
You're a Sal sitter.
The saddle sitter.
The salsa. If you honestly though, Desmond, if you do want to bounce, let me know. That's all good, man. If you want to just chill and right,
No,
babysit.
I'm good. I'm good. I just was away for a bit longer than I would have anticipated.
Nice.
I figured that everyone was back and ready to go already.
Mm-hmm. Well, welcome back. We missed you. Definitely didn't forget you weren't here.
She forgot I was here.
I know. Mm-hmm.
God damn.
So with the plan.
Did you not get a look at the Inquisitor himself, Si?
I did. He's too big to imitate. However, he does wear a ring, and Cypher uses minor illusion to copy his, because he had a badge of office, right? That was a ring.
Mm-hmm.
And Cypher copies it, and I was like, he did wear something like this. It looked very important, and I don't even think it was made of gold. It was made of something very precious.
Yes, because people are scared of those lot, and the wardens seem to jump too when they speak.
Well, maybe I imitate something like him. Maybe we change up. So Cypher's gonna see if he can make himself taller. Not as muscular. Kind of tall and lean, kind of skinny.
Okay.
He's gonna imitate Reza's fangs when she's feeding.
Okay.
That flushed look in her face after she's just fed. What gender do we go with? Male or female? Twisted Fate! We are male.
All right.
We have to say. Yep.
Yeah.
So I'll be about 7 foot tall, kind of skinny and lithe.
Okay.
With red, kind of like what's got kind of cat's eyes, dude? What a sorry.
You're welcome.
What do Skarn's eyes look like?
Scar's eyes are fiery red, black slit in the middle.
I'll copy his eyes. And I'll use
All right.
minor illusion to copy his eye in my
Yeah.
fake glass eye.
Intimidating is probably the best way of putting it.
Yes. So we'll copy him. So we'll just composite a big, scary vampire-looking dude, gaunt, tall but powerful. And then I'm gonna reach down to Desmond and be like, grab his hands and be like, "Can I? I know you just got them. Can I just borrow these for effect?"
Oh, yeah. And Desmond's going to set the tankard down. And he'll take the gauntlets off and just give them to Cypher to put on.
Cypher's gonna put on the gauntlets, and now he's jacked. As his strength raises 10 points.
Oh shit!
So-
You're using the gauntlets.
Mm.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
All right. You are set to a strength of 19. Vanya.
Vanya is going to say, is this kind of... Were you guys talking about this earlier?
Yes.
Yeah.
So when does the horse come into play?
Don't worry about it.
Cypher's a little impressed that she understood the word horse. He's like, oh, there will be a horse, yes. Very well done.
She's just gonna be like looking at them skeptically because she's waiting for them to bring the horse out.
So, Cypher, are you saying you're going to be like the fellow in charge now of the two of us and do the talking, or what do you want me to do?
So very, very quickly, just as a point, to throw out there from an out of character DM thing, 2 people as an Inquisitor. Do you not want a third who could perhaps pawn themselves off as a powerful mage to reinforce that? Cypher, roll me a history check, quick.
Reza? Reza history check?
Who's seen an Inquisitor before? Whoever's seen an Inquisitor before, roll me a history check.
Vanya would have too because she talked to one.
You're too busy thinking of fuck knows what else, Vanya.
Slapping a horse.
Mm-hmm. For the rest of you, Inquisitors have always travelled with a small retinue. They've either had, 4 or 5 guards, or in regards to the one who was floating above Malmstown, they started with 16, finished with 8.
Cypher's gonna look at Vanya and be like, you love a bit of dress up, don't you?
Reza's gonna look at Vanya at the same time as Cypher does. It's like they both turn their heads in unison to stare at her.
Bearing in mind, Cypher's 7 foot tall, jacked, and a vampire at this point in time. So he's kind of creepy right now. More so than usual. Actually, never mind. Cypher's always creepy.
She's going to look at them and she's going to say, because she was expecting it to come, she's going to say, I won't hang it, but I will slap it.
What are you talking about?
The horse.
We're not... No. Okay. We're going to procure a horse. All you have to do is follow along with me and Cypher and not say anything, I think. What do you think, Cypher? Should we both put on, black robes and follow you?
What if I'm asked a question?
You won't be, most likely.
What's my motivation? Who am I?
You are... Wait. We have a dead body. Garrett, can you make some false teeth? How quick can you make some false teeth?
What sort of teeth do you want?
Cypher smiles.
Reza also smiles.
Just in sizes would do.
Give me a minute. And I run back to my workshop, grab something, come running back.
And while Garrett does that, Rez is going to do a quick rundown of the plan.
Okay.
For Vanya. In common this time.
Yeah.
So, okay.
In small words.
Small words. Basically, Vanya, we are playing dress up, and we are going to be impersonating an Inquisitor and his retinue to go and retrieve the old governor who is hanging at the Carnelian Gate and bring him back here so Cypher and I can do the things we need to do to him.
What are you gonna do to him?
You don't need to know that part. He won't survive.
Oh, so you're not gonna ask me to do anything to him?
No. You are going to be there. God, I hate that I'm about to say this. For moral support.
Just think of it as an educational excursion or something. Like it's school.
So if you both get a little, like, I can be like, no. It's what you were meant to do. It's what you were destined to do.
What on earth are you talking about?
You said for moral support to make sure you follow through, right?
Well, we're going to follow through. We just need a third person. And you're it.
Okay.
At this point, I get back and put a pair of pliers in my hand. Cypher, can you open the mouth?
Well, my mouth, though.
No, the mage I'm pointing to on the floor.
Ah, okay.
With your massive strength, you should be able to crack open a jaw.
Cypher literally cracks open the jaw and tears his mouth out. He's like,
Yeah. Yeah, just like someone opening a watermelon cipher with the gauntlets of might on. You just tear this head in twain. You got the jaw in one hand, the top of the skull in the other.
I'm just like, that wasn't my fault. That's not my fault.
That's absolutely diabolical. And I lean forward and just pull off the 2 incisors with my pliers and then go trolling back to my workshop to see what I can make out of it.
Fucking diabolical.
Fucking diabolical.
Okay, so we've got that working. Vanya, let's go look out some black robes for us to wear.
You want me to make them?
No, I really don't have time. We can just, you can wear your best black dress and... Can't believe I'm going to say this. Help me pick out something from my wardrobe to wear as well and make it look like yours.
Well, we've got a set of armor for at least one of you.
Oh, I'll wear the armor. And I'll have the musket on my back too.
What do I have?
Black robe, because you're going to be the mage of the party.
No protection or...
No, if somebody says something stupid, silence them.
No! Polymorph them.
Yeah, polymorph them into a... What's
Toad.
shitty? A
Toad. Yeah, a toad.
Why not like something cute?
Well, it's your polymorph spell, so I leave it up to you. Whatever makes you happy in your heart of hearts, Vanya.
Hold on. Because I'm playing a
no.
role, right? What would my character do?
Probably something diabolical.
Like a worm.
Worm.
And then stomp on it.
Like a wiggly worm.
And then put it on the end of a fish hook or eat it and swirl it in your mouth.
Don't eat it because when people are polymorphed, you turn back into people.
I'm just trying to get a sense of who I am. So they wouldn't eat it. Okay.
Don't eat it. Like, I like you too much for your head to explode and a person be sitting on the stump of your neck. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's. I've watched somebody explode before. It's not great.
So at that point, Rosa is going to go and find the armor that they have and start getting herself dressed in the armor and get the musket out and get all official looking.
The vast majority of it would be a little big for you, Reza. So you would probably end up having to just wear the breastplate, the gauntlets, and the boots. But that's still more than enough for you to at least masquerade as a higher up of the court, especially if you are intending to show off your more vampiric nature.
Yes, she also has one other item that would convince anyone that she is who she says she is.
In a fight, the armor may prove a little bit disadvantageous, but hopefully it won't come to that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's not a problem. Cypher, Vanya?
Cypher's just spending his time refining his character, what he wants to be, he's trying to make himself as imposing as possible. Like, he's trying to invoke that feeling that he got when he met the Inquisitor, like of, oh fuck. If I open my mouth, I might actually die, sort of feeling. So he's trying to invoke that sort of feelings. So he's gonna keep changing and changing until somebody looks at him kind of like, oh shit, holy fuck, that scared me, sort of feeling.
Don't forget the red eyes. Pretty sure he had red eyes. I can't remember. And now I'm second guessing myself.
Has Vanya gotten her veneers yet?
Garrett, what have you been up to?
Well, I've been making a set of theatrical style vampire fangs. Basically, like a denture, but that will slot over Vanya's normal teeth, just to protrude down a bit lower so they look like fangs. And I've filed the normal person teeth so they're pointed and sharp.
God.
Well, they look sharp. They're not gonna rip a mouth open.
No. They certainly fit the bill.
Yeah.
All right. So Vanya, you indeed have your veneers.
She's gonna put them in her mouth and she's gonna kind of make like a wincing face because they kind of taste like somebody's spit. And then, but once that kind of goes away after she licks them for a little bit, she's gonna, so you're just gonna see her there just occasionally, just like, kind of teeth bared, and she's running her tongue across them. Yeah. Like,
Don't fiddle with them or they'll know they're new.
And then she goes,
Sorry, what'd you say?
how do you hiss with them?
Like that.
Back of the throat, not with the teeth.
You probably won't need to hiss, though.
I mean, but if I get upset, isn't that what vampires do?
Probably not.
And
Probably just a mean.
if I need to bite someone,
You won't.
If anybody's doing biting, she will be doing the biting.
Yeah, I will be doing the biting if it comes to that.
what if it needs to look like I need to be doing the biting? Do we always go for the neck? Maybe I can have, like, somebody's just laying on the ground and I can just, like...
No, just Vanya. No, just keep it simple, right? Just keep it simple.
Just remember, they're quite delicate. I've had 10 minutes to make them. You might want to not... How do I say this? You might want to be very careful with talking. Because if they shift, someone will notice.
Oh, so she's just gonna kind of like keep her mouth, like her teeth kind of out, and then like it's like open where they're not touching because she's afraid if she like clamps real hard that they'll shatter.
Just natural relaxation of the mouth. You don't
Wait.
walk around bearing the fangs like that.
But he told me that I can't talk to them.
You have to stop taking everything so literally, Vanya.
So if I'm gonna say something to you guys, I'm not gonna put my teeth together, okay?
Just use your mental walk thing.
Oh, that's a good idea. Okay, I'm gonna keep my mouth quiet, and then I'm gonna use the mental thing on you guys.
All right, let's go. This is taking far too long. Let's just go get this done. So, go ahead.
No, go on.
Cypher's going to agree a psychic link with Vanya, just in case they need something from her.
I like how you say that. You're like, he's gonna agree to it. Hold on, let me pull it up.
Mm-hmm.
I'll cast it on you guys.
Reza is heading for the part of where there's. I'm remembering correctly that there is like a tunnel from the folly to the warehouse, right?
Correct. Yes. There would be now. Yes.
Okay, yeah. So Reza is going to head to where that tunnel starts, and that is how they're going to get to the warehouse. That is.
Well, it doesn't go to the warehouse near the canals. It goes to the storeroom on the opposite side of the courtyard.
Right. So they're gonna go to the. Come out there and like.
Yep. Then through the
walk
alleys
m-
and back streets.
Yeah.
To the way. Okay.
Yeah.
And go in through the Opal Gate and approach the Carnelian Gate from the center of East Commons.
Yeah. Let's try and be normal through the Opal Gate with a hand cart.
I thought you said we are going to get a horse and have them give us a horse.
We are, but we're not going to have a horse. Well, we might have a horse when we come through here, but a horse with peasants might draw some attention, yes?
They're gonna hear it because she's cast telepathic link on Reza as well.
Yeah, so we're just all psychically bickering at the moment? Okay.
Vanya's like, that's where the horse came in. Okay.
Yes, that is where the horse came in. How we bring the body back to
Yes.
the folly.
We get a horse.
Can I just
However,
quickly-
we can't go... go on, sorry.
Can I just quickly paint the scene that at this point, for the first time ever, Cypher, you're probably the one pushing the cart.
Yeah, casually as well, like... Amused with myself, like, oh, it's not heavy at all. So yeah, Cypher's gonna be like, okay, we're gonna need a horse to look official, to get the corpse to a cart. Then we're not gonna need a horse anymore. Okay?
You're
What
not
if-
gonna hang the horse, are you?
No. What if we walk up to the guards at the Carnelian Gate and say, get it down and put it in this cart, and we watch them do it and make them do the work?
Well, the cat's kind of shitty and stuff, so I was thinking we go into the coin floor, transfer it from the horse to the cart, and then kill the horse, use the corpse of the horse to cover the fact that we have a corpse of a vampire.
You're gonna what? Repeat that?
I love
I'm
it.
going to
Let's
kill a
do it.
horse to hide the fact that we have a corpse of a vampire.
So you are gonna kill a horse?
Yeah, but we're not going to slap
not-
it.
I'm not doing it.
You don't have to kill it.
That's okay. Let's see if I can break its friggin' neck. And Cypher makes it.
But what? But didn't you say that we needed a horse though? To
We
look
do.
official. Do we need
Two-
2 horses now?
No.
No.
Are you gonna bring the horse back to life?
Yes,
At this
in a
point,
stew.
At this point, we've reached the storehouse, and Reza says to both of them, "All right, stone faces, play your part. We are walking straight to wherever Cypher leads us, and we're not talking to anybody, and people are going to run in fear from us, and we're going to enjoy it. Ready?"
I
High
think
five.
so.
So,
Strike force. Okay.
just to confirm, right? You're going to be heading into the Commons district in disguise towards.
No.
the-
As us. Should we go as us? And then we can escape as us.
Oh, so okay. Oh, okay. So Reza will take off the armor and put it in the cart under. Okay. So you want us to
Yeah.
look like us?
Yeah, look like merchants going to pick some shit up from the from
That's
the Commons
right.
district.
I remember
Yeah.
that part.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm gonna have these ten in my pocket until we leave the one car.
Vanya, I'm starting to feel like this was a mistake.
Well, just in case, I mean, like, and she's taking him out, and she's like, I mean, if we're going and I need to talk, and they see me, and I accidentally smile, I mean, because then I can just pull him out and put him back in.
Yeah, okay. We'll take them out and we'll put them in when we drop off the cart in a nice secluded alleyway where nobody's going to bother us, okay?
Should we, like, I'm still in my same dress. I'm gonna change. Can I change? I'm gonna change the
Put
color.
everything in the bag of holding that you need to change.
Reza holds the bag of holding open.
But this is all that I.
Well, what were you doing when I told you to go get your black dress?
Have got it on.
You're fine then.
But if I go in with that and they say, and then I have the same black dress on.
Okay. Cypher grabs his cloak, unbuttons it, wraps it round her. He goes, I see water, a cloak.
All right. So, Reza, you're not wearing armor. Vanya, you've got a cloak wrapped around you. Cypher, you're using the Troubadour's finery to look like a merchant. Is that correct?
Pretty much, yeah.
All right. So as you set off, Cypher pulling the wagon, Vanya riding the wagon.
We're walking behind.
Okay. You get to the Opal Gate, and here, with it being the main road from Coinflow into Commons, it is heavily patrolled. There's a large amount of wardens on the wall with muskets and crossbows. Every 5 or 10 minutes, a patrol of 6 to 8 wardens moves from Commons to Coinflow. But the vast majority of the wagons that are on the road are very similar to what you're currently pulling. Wagons of goods that are either moving from districts to be sold in either. And whilst the interrogation is thorough, your pass, your disguise, the story is more than believable, and you easily manage to slip into the Commons district without issue. It's here where, following the main road, you eventually spy one of the less busy alleys. Cypher, you drag the cart down, and it's here where you would all have a few moments of respite away from prying eyes to change into any disguises that you wish going forward. Hey, Fearless, how you doing, buddy?
So Reza tries to quietly pull her armor on and get it like settled, and she still has her nice the cloak she got, the whatever it's called, the one that has the feather fall on it, and it looks nice.
Voluminous cloak.
The voluminous cloak. She still has that, so she puts that on over the armor to make it look like slightly fancier, and puts on all the pieces that fit. Slings the musket across her back. So she's looking very official at this point.
All right. Vanya, how do you look?
Vanya is gonna hand the cloak to Cypher. She's gonna pull her teeth out, put them back in, and just like you would do with the retainer, you're gonna hear her kind of like get the spit out of it, kind of dry it up to her teeth, and she's ready to go.
Last but not least, Cypher.
Last but not least, Cypher will use both the Troubadour's Fire Rate and Ship Change to turn into a fucking monster, flanked by his 2 bodyguard courtesans.
Yeah.
That follow behind him, just in a respective manner of a few steps. And we'll take probably the main thoroughfare, and everybody will like get a just a look of, if I have to slow down, you're going to fucking die.
So just to confirm, you're leaving the wagon in the alley.
Yeah, upturned.
Okay.
Hidden behind maybe some crates or whatever we can find to make it look like it's sort of there.
All right. So the 3 of you set off down the main thoroughfare, the main road. Cypher, you in this intimidating visage of a what can only be described as a potential inquisitorial individual, flanked by your 2 equally powerful courtesans of the court. As expected, anyone who sees you approach immediately makes way. Be it merchant, townsfolk, even the merchant guard step aside with bows of the head. It takes roughly 15-20 minutes to make your way through the Commons districts before eventually in sight the Carnelian Gate. Bear in mind, you've got telepathy up. If there's anything you wish to finalise, now's the time.
Cypher's just gonna be like, okay, go off my cues. If I ask for anything, don't hesitate. We good?
Got it.
We all in character? And looks at Vanya. He's like, no smiling.
And she, when he had looked at her, she was smiling. And then she just kind of puts her lips over her teeth.
Cypher put his finger on her face and just play with her lips till you can see our canines and be like, that's better. Kind of like a grimace, but with fangs.
They're hanging over her bottom lip.
Yeah, just catching your bottom lip, like your teeth are too big for your mouth, so they sometimes catch your bottom lip if you're
You have vampire buck teeth.
Yeah, you got vampire buck teeth.
You guys almost made me choke there.
All right. I'm going to ask for a deception check with advantage from
Deception with advantage.
one of you.
From one of us. Okay.
27.
All right. That'll do, pig. That'll do.
That'll do. All right, fair enough. That's okay. I suppose
I'll do. So, from further down the road, as you look towards the Cornelian Gate, on the common side of the gate, there is only 2 wardens stood guard. They're the only ones who seem to check passers heading back into the slums district. And even then, it's more just a cursory glance, more of a formality than them actually checking passers. They don't care who leaves the district. They only really care who enters. Obviously, on the opposite side of the gate, there is certainly more than 2 wardens. You imagine there's anywhere from 6 to 8 on the slum side, stopping anyone from getting in and thoroughly checking passers.
The gate captain's usually quite prominent, right? He's dressed differently.
Yeah, the gate captain, whilst he wears the same breastplate and armor as the wardens, it's his helmet that stands out. Whereas most wardens seem to have the typical Baroque style, single eye slit helmet. The captains tend to have more of a skull-like helmet with several spikes that protrude from the top of the head, red trim on their cloaks, and typically, it's not always, but typically they do seem to be a little bit chunkier than other wardens, bigger in stature.
Alright, Cypher's not going to slow down, break stride or anything. Just a constant, steady pace, uninterrupted by anybody or anything that gets in his way.
As you begin to get closer to the gate, you glance around and there is, at the moment, at least on this side of the gate, there is no sign of the guard captain. Just the 2 standard wardens who are checking passes for half a dozen tradesmen who are making their way back into the slums. At this point, you're probably 60 feet away.
Is any of the guards staring at us directly?
No. One seems to be just leant against the wall, arms folded nonchalantly. The other one is checking the pass of one of the traders.
Cypher's going to telepathically ask Vanya, do you have anything to get their attention? Like, you got anything like that can raise my voice? Or
I can, make it sound like you're echoing, or I have like an illusion type sound where maybe it might amplify around them what you're saying.
If you wouldn't mind.
Okay, where would you... So around them, behind them, in front of them, behind them probably?
No, just amplify my voice.
She doesn't have thaumaturgy.
I don't
She
have
doesn't-
thaumaturgy, but I have like minor illusion where I can create sounds.
What's the range on that?
It's 30 feet.
Okay, so once we're 30 feet away, Cypher, I'll say the gate is closed, and he will also cast minor illusion, so there'll be like voices everywhere, like so. People close to him will be like, "The gate is closed," and then the guards at the gate on one side will hear, "The gate is closed," and on the other side, "The gate is closed," as if it's like right in the fucking ear.
Can Reza hear them planning this?
Yep.
Yeah.
I can make all the lights go out. I can turn all the torches out.
Do it.
Okay, I'll do it when you say the gate is closed.
So do you want me to? I'll cast mine in front.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and the
You
gate
to the
is
left,
closed.
me to the right, and the gate is closed. In 3, 2, 1, and in unison, Cypher will say the words, "The gate is closed." It'll echo left, it'll echo right. Prestidigital will go off, and all the torches will get blown out.
Immediately, all of those at the gates on both sides would start to glance and look around. The wardens' hands would drop to their weapons at their sides as this sound of "the gate is closed" begins to ring out. Almost, not so much ring out loudly, but like a whisper or a firm tone just behind them. A lot of the wardens would turn to see where this noise came from. And the two guards who were on the common side, whilst glancing around, would eventually lock eyes down the street to see the trio striding up towards them. Who goes there? The gate is what?
Cypher won't stop. He'll be like, "Where's your captain? Come with me." And he'll gesture with his hand with the ring on, and he's using minor illusion to make it look like not the same, because he thinks if he copies the signet ring, it'll be fucking the jig's up. Someone will be like, "Well, I saw the fucking." It'll be similar in the fact that it'll have it'll have like a single like red gem in the middle in the shape of a blood drop, and then like a crown and a castle inscribed in it, so it'll look like very like as close to but slightly different to the Inquisitor's ring that he's seen.
Yep. The insight check of 10 certainly doesn't beat the 27 deception check. So immediately, as you ring out with this command, the two wardens would look at each other, look back to you, look at each other again, and the one who was originally leant against the wall with his arms folded, motions towards his companion. You just hear this, "Go on then, go. I'll deal with them. Go on." And with a hand on his back, one of the wardens is pushed in your direction. Hey. The guard captain is on the other side of the gate, my lord, my ladies.
Yes, I suppose he is. Cypher's still walking, and he's gesturing for this guard to follow with a finger, like not even looking at him.
Yeah, he falls in line behind Reza and Vanya.
Reza has not acknowledged the existence of any of them. She is just following Cypher.
Vanya is as well, like she is just staring a hole in the back of Cypher's head.
And yeah, I wasn't aware that we were meant to be getting a visit from the High Seat District today, my lord.
Cypher will stop in his fucking tracks and round on the guy. Oh.
Would they know, so they know that mages are part of their group, right?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Well, would they be close to the lights now that they're back up?
Yeah, I would probably say at this point you've made your way towards the gatehouse. The torches that had initially been doused have started to illuminate. 'Cause bear in mind, a lot of the torches and lighting around the gates is, at least in the commons side, would be magical crystals. So you wouldn't be able to snuff them out completely.
Okay.
You could dim them with.
That's what Reza
prestidigitation,
did with her. Yeah.
Yeah, so you'll be able to dim them, but you wouldn't be able to completely extinguish them.
So my control flames wouldn't work on them because they're crystals.
They are, yes, correct. They're
Okay.
magic. Prestidigitation would work though.
Okay. Well, so since he's kind of like questioning, she's still, not gonna move or give any kind of like lights or like, turn towards him or anything, but it's just gonna make kind of like it get a little bit brighter. Like you shouldn't be questioning,
Just to emphasize the words
Yeah.
that are coming out. Yeah.
Exactly.
Roll me a intimidation check, please, Vanya. Ten. It's not bad. It's not bad. So, with the increase in lighting I would probably say you, as the crystals begin to glow more furiously, it changes from the usual yellowy reddish hue to a deep crimson. The warden who is escorting you all glances around, notices this, not so much intimidated by it, but it's certainly a show that you mean business. Sorry for questioning you, my lord, my ladies. If you would be so kind as to give this subject just a few moments to go and grab the guard. Captain and I will be, he will be with you momentarily.
Excellent. And Cypher, he's got long, like, talon fingernails, and he just scratches as the guy's walking past, like, across his armor as he's leaving, using the strength of his newfound gloves to his advantage.
With a strength of 19, you would certainly be able to scrape, to the point where I would imagine that it's not just a scratch, you're almost peeling away a thin strip of metal from the armor as you do so. It seems to twirl off as he's walking. Of course, my lord. I will. He turns, offers a bow, and scoots off through the gate to the opposite side, towards the side of Market Row. Here, those. What's it gone?
I was just going to turn around to all of anybody that wanted to go back through the gate. He's going to turn around and just round on them and just be like, and just kind of shoo them away with a hand.
Well, that's exactly what I was about to say. Is at this point, there the merchants gathered who were trying to pass. Apart from the one who's talking with the warden, the others would have immediately grabbed their wagons, turned 180 degrees, and set off at a brisk pace back into the Commons district, away from this situation. Hearing you call that out, or at least motion away, the warden with the final merchant would just turn around and be like, "All right, you can, gates closed. None can pass. Come back later." And with a gauntleted wave, the other merchant finally departs. The remaining warden takes his place in the center of the road, but about 15 to 20 feet away from you. He just stands there, sword drawn, tip down to the ground, in a somewhat guarding and imposing stance. a clear sign that the gate is not to be approached.
Oh, so it's not towards us. It's to anybody that's coming close. It's kind of like
correct. Yeah,
it
he's
is
got his
not
back
time
to
to
you.
come towards the cliff. Okay.
Yeah, he's got his back to you. He's got his sword drawn with the tip down to the ground. Not so much impaled in the ground, but just lightly resting because he doesn't want to blunt his blade. But yeah, the stance he's taken is a familiar stance of non-Maypass. This place is
Look
closed.
around and find out. Yeah.
Yes. A few minutes pass and you will begin to hear the loud calls to disperse from the opposite side of the gate. The sound of plate mail boots on cobble, the sound of swords being drawn, of shields in a wall being clattered together. A few cries of injustice, but I've got to get through to work, followed shortly by a scream and more screams. Get the impression that someone wasn't happy with being told the gate was closed and, in your earlier words, fucked around and found out. And with that, the other merchants who were attempting to gain access into the Commons District now also disperse. The sound of heavy wooden wheels on cobbles begin to quieten down as the merchants who wanted access now depart back into Market Row. And it's here after, I would say, 5-6 minutes that a somewhat larger form makes his appearance, flanked by the earlier warden, that of the guard captain.
My lords, my ladies.
He takes several steps towards you all, glances over you before dropping to a knee and his head bowed.
Apologies for the insubordination of the men here. We were unaware that you would be visiting on such short notice. May I, this lowly subject, inquire as to your reason for being here?
Cypher will walk up to him, place his hand on his head, grip his helmet just so the metal crick can be like, of course you weren't informed. But we do love good subjects. And you have been exemplary in your duties, a timely manner. Rise, Captain of the Guard.
He does as commanded.
Now, that, and he kind of uses his finger to turn his head to look at the corpse that is dangling from a silver spike on the wall. That is to come down. I need a work party to bring it down immediately with the utmost care. That silver spike must remain intact and in the body. Do you understand?
I'm so sorry. The guard captain looks at you, glances towards the dangling visage of the vampire, then back towards you and tilts his head ever so slightly to the side.
But, my lord, we were told that is to be displayed until the end of time. Until the sun breaks through the cloud and burns the filth away. I am... forgive me for saying so, my lord, but on words alone is not enough.
Cypher stands up, like, shocked, like, he backtalked me. How fucking dare he? A diligent one.
Anyone else wish to add into to perhaps help?
Vanya will use telepathic link to Cypher and say, I don't know if it'll work. Should I use suggestion or
Yes.
levitate him or...
Actually, Reza's also telepathically communicating. I don't know
Mhm.
how. Something's
Yeah,
still
it's
up.
on. Yeah, it's on all of you. Yes. Yeah.
I could potentially make him afraid, or point to the fact that we never expected to see the light show that happened yesterday before the end of time.
Cypher will just go all of it, and at the same time, suggestion is going to cast Confound. At the same time, Reza does whatever she does.
Okay, so we're doing it all at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's just going to get barraged with bullshit.
Reza steps around next to Cypher, nodding at him like she had received some kind of telepathic silent command, and peers down into the face through the eye slits of the helmet, and sort of tilts her head slightly like prey toying with its food, and smiles at him so her fangs show. Did you ever think you'd see a light show like we did yesterday before the end of time?
That's your results, folks.
Oof! Wow, he rolled terribly. He has no idea what's going on. He's like,
Oh shit!
panic!
So, Reza, Vanya, Reza, you stepped forward in a little bit more of an intimidating manner. Vanya, how do you appear through all of this?
She's just she's not going to show any emotions or anything, but her eyes are just going to cut to the individual, and she's just going to ever so slightly, because she doesn't want her teeth to fall out. So she's gonna through gritted teeth, like she's kind of infuriated by his response, but say, "You will do as you are told, and you will instruct others if you need help to do what is deemed by." And then she points to Cypher's character.
Of course, milady, and yes, the light is unusual. It was obviously seen by all. Is this regarding that incident, my lord, my ladies?
Of course it is. Why else would it be in this? And he gestures to lower streets. He's like, ugh.
For the sake of your own sanity, you probably don't want to ask any more questions. And she boops him on the nose in a very threatening manner.
Even the helmet that he's wearing creaks as you push it, and he slowly bows his head in response.
Of course, my lady. If there's no further orders from you, my lord, then we will see it done.
A beast of burden to transport the creature.
Of course. Your will be done, my lord, my ladies.
And with that, he'll stand up, point to the man who has also knelt, the initial guard you spoke with.
Go grab the carrier and the wagon. The rest of you, 2 of you.
And he'll point towards 2 of the individuals.
Make sure none approach. The rest of you, drag that piece of shit down from the rafters. Make sure the silver stake remains in place. Bind, gag, bag. Transport him onto the cart. Do you all understand?
A chorus of "Aye, sir," echoes out from the gathered wardens as they immediately leap into action. 4 of them dive into the guardhouse, begin to make their way up the stairwell onto the lower level, into the upper levels, where the bodies of the dead hang over the gates, and where this paralyzed form of the ex-governor now hangs. The initial guard who ran off to get a beast of burden grabs the one who was guarding the common side as they dart off to what can only be described as a locked stable, but not so much a stable, more like a small warehouse that's got iron doors, a large padlock with a large bolt that slams across both doors. Very much to stop whatever's in there from getting out. Off to the side is a high-walled, somewhat exquisite, at least for the district, wagon. 4 wheels that have been rimmed with iron. The wood not battered and bruised and dried like you're used to in lower streets and the slums district, but a dark, almost mahogany. Embellishments have been engraved into the wood. The reins used, whilst for a horse you would expect leather. No, there are a multitude of various chains linked together to form the harness, and it's at this moment where from the warehouse you would see the 2 wardens emerge, chains wrapped around what looks to be a savager, though this time without the barbed pieces of metal slapped onto its forearms. It almost appears as that this savage's front limbs, the scything blades, have been carved off. What remains is a leather mask that goes over the head, chains attached to the mask and also embedded in the chitinous shell of the creature as they begin to drag it out of the warehouse, looping the chains around several large metal rinks in the wagon, and get it ready for transportation. A couple of the wardens now who were above you begin to hoist on the ropes and pulleys to bring this hanging, paralyzed vampire closer to the ramparts. And eventually, as it gets close enough, you see one of the wardens grasp the silver stake, slam it further into the vampire before they then too begin to bind it in chain, sack over the head, and then start wrapping a multitude of linen tarps around the creature. This takes 10-15 minutes or so for them to get everything prepared before eventually the 4 wardens from above emerge back onto the streets on their shoulders, similar to the coffin dance meme. Vampire on one shoulder each as they just slam it into the back of the wagon. The guard captain through this entire time has been stood with you 3. If there's any questions you wish to ask of the guard captain, now is probably the time while this is going on.
Cypher turned around and he goes, "Excellent work. Your name?"
Fucking course you would. He looks towards you, a bit of a arched brow.
My lord, Sylvain. Sylvain Moret of the 4th Cohort, my lord.
Excellent. Come closer, Sylvain.
He bows his head and steps forward.
Remove your helmet.
He hesitates momentarily in the presence of 3 vampires. His helmet is all that protects him. It would be noticeable, the hesitation there.
So if we'll give off the air of a beneficent leader. Like, yes, I understand your hesitation.
He slowly removes it.
Cypher's just gonna gently grab his head, scratch him with just one of his claws, lick his finger, make the face that Reza makes when she's just been fed, and then go, "The court will remember your name. I can see you going high places. You..."
I appreciate your words, my lord, and it is a honour and my pleasure to assist wherever I can. And I am, if I may speak freely, my lord, I am glad that this issue is no longer our problem here at the Carnelian Gate. Thank you.
Of course you do. And he'll scratch his face on one of his eyes and kiss him on the cheek. And be like, "The mark of the court upon you." Smile with a big, toothy vampire grin. And be like, a gesture to Reza and Vanya and be like, telepathically be like, "All right, time to get the fuck out of here."
Vanya whispers to him, well, telepathically, and it's like, he's still under suggestion. Could you tell him to just kind of go back and act normal as if nothing?
We'll be like a couple of steps away, and I'll stop.
It would be Vanya who would have to suggest that. Because it's her.
Also,
Go on,
the court wouldn't need to say, "Forget you saw this."
The fact that we're here would imply this didn't happen. You didn't see nothing.
Okay, so I'll say nothing unless you want me to say back to work.
Yeah.
Or is it just?
No, that'll be fine.
Oh yeah, or
As
you just
you
turn around
were.
and go as you.
Yeah, we'll just fuck off and leave, and just
Yeah,
leave them
that
all
might-
dumbfounded.
That might be a better statement, right? To just not say anything.
Reza will mutter under her breath to Cypher in character, "My lord, you have such a delightful way of playing with the food."
He'll playfully look back at the captain and be like, "Yes, well, I'm picky." And keep moving. And just keep eye contact with the guard captain until we're out of sight and leave.
Oh, he's well aware.
Reza is leading whatever beast of burden this guy is wrapped up on.
You've basically got a declawed or a de-scythed savager pulling this wagon. Anyone in the street who would see this coming would GTFO. They would get the fuck out of the way. The savages on their own, even declawed, are 8-9 foot long. In fact, no, probably longer than that. Probably about 12 feet long, 7 or 8 feet tall. It's hard to miss them. And with you all leading, or at least rather you leading it, Cypher and Vanya off to the side, yeah, people would move out of the way. But yeah, the guards are left dumbfounded. As you depart around the corner, the guard captain finally snaps out of whatever stupor he was in, touches his head where the cut was, and looks down at the blood on his fingers before nodding, smiling to himself. Redons the helmet.
All right, that's one less issue dealt with, gone. Rest of you, back to fucking work. It's, as always, as expected, the court deals in mysterious ways. We just do our duty, our jobs. It is our honour.
Hey. Echoed, aye, sir. Rings out from the gathered wardens before they retake their positions back on the gates. This time a somewhat renewed sense of valour, of importance. And even the wardens who were checking the passes for the merchants coming out will no doubt be a little more vigilant in doing their jobs. Whatever lackadaisy approach they had before, now completely gone. The professionalism of the warden of the Novostoyan army is kicked back in. Good luck getting through this game in future without more questions, boys and girls. You've done a great job in getting that out, but you've also invigorated them.
Good thing there's like 5 other gates.
So, back in the Commons District, as you are moving this extravagant wagon headed by a declawed savager, what would you like to do?
Well, Vanya's gonna, she's still telepathically linked to them. We can't go back with this thing pulling this, right?
No, we absolutely can't go back with this thing pulling us. We need to get rid of this thing.
Could somebody make this thing look like a horse and a normal cart?
Oh, no.
No. Me and Vanya look at the savage and we're like, nah.
Oh.
But Cypher, we could.
So go on.
I was like, we could. Let's see. So polymorph, the spell transforms a creature that you can see within range into a new form.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
Uh-huh.
It must make a wisdom saving throw to avoid
no.
this effect. The spell has no effect on a shape changer or a creature with 0 hit points. The transformation lasts for the duration or until the target drops to 0 hit points or dies.
Mhm.
The new form can be any beast whose challenge rating is equal to or less than the target's.
What level are you now, by the way, everyone? Because we've not mentioned
7.
this.
Level 7.
Did you say equal to or lower?
I think it said equal to or less than the target's.
Savage's creature rating is 7. Which means you can do it. You can polymorph with Savager.
We're having this conversation in their heads. So we'll be like, cool. However, not a horse. Something shitty, like a shitty donkey. Like a proper shitty donkey. Because a nice horse will fucking pique somebody's interest.
Like a starved donkey.
Like a shitty, mangy mule.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's missing a lot of hair. Cause
And an
'cause
ear. And an eye. I don't give a fuck.
my fear is we let this thing.
Just hurry up and do it. Come on. People are
Oh.
looking.
Oh well, do we need to like go into an alley and do
Yes,
it?
hurry up to the alley. You're walking so
Yeah.
slowly when you talk.
No, nobody's actually looking at us because they're too afraid to look at us. Let's just.
Okay, well we need to go and we need to change too, so we need to.
Let's get back to the alley. Where we left the cart with the other things that was going to change into. That alley?
Yeah.
Remember that alley?
Yeah, we'll change carts, change the Savager into a horse. Not a horse, a donkey.
A donkey.
Go through the gate.
A mangy, skinny donkey.
Yes.
Okay.
So, with you all taking a slight detour into the alley, Vanya, what do you do to the Savager? Throw it up.
So she's gonna look at it and
Oh no.
she's going to imagine it's like Cinderella with the with her godmother doing the bippity boppity boop.
Only shitty.
Only shitty because she doesn't want to like, do it like she wants this to look like this Mule is just, nobody would want to like steal the mule from them because it looks sickly, but it's strong enough to get the job done. It's
Strong enough to
missing
pull the wagon.
hair.
Any
Yeah.
mule in lower streets is subject to theft, just saying, because they don't exist.
I've got that
Nice.
song from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Habakazoola, Milakazoola,
Yes.
bibbidi bobbidi
Cinderella, you
Put
mean?
it together.
Yeah.
Bippity boppity boop.
Bobbidi boo.
So
Donkeys.
she's like, boom. And it's like, it is like just missing hair on the side, and it's got like that mangy, scaly redness on it, kind of oozing. And it's just a real gross looking donkey/mule.
Yeah. A 22 strength fucking mule. In fact, it takes the stats of the creature it's transformed into, but yeah, I would say it's still enough to pull the wagon slowly, but enough. You would just see this 12-foot long, 7-8 foot tall insect begin to twist and contort, cracking as it goes begins to shrink down into a mangy mule, a rather dilapidated, scraggly donkey that's, instead of using ropes, it's got metal chains as reins. I would also imagine at this point you all changing back into your previous merchant attire.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Were we going to transfer the governor to the cart and push him, take the cart back with stuff piled on it?
I thought
And ditch
Cypher
the
was
donkey?
gonna- I thought
Because we talked-
Cypher
I mean,
was gonna get a horse and cut it open and stick it in it.
We talked about killing the horse and putting it on the
Yeah,
body
we thought we were
over
going to
the
get a horse. We got a
fire.
Savager. That's now a donkey.
Oh,
So,
you guys weren't gonna stick the guy in the horse to smuggle it?
No!
we were going to kill the horse and hide the corpse underneath the body of a horse. But we don't have a fucking horse now. Do we, Joe?
Would you like to try and kill a Savager?
Absolutely fucking not.
You're welcome.
What we're gonna do? We'll probably disengage it from the cart because I'm guessing that's probably standard issue for the guards, right? They'd recognize one of their own carts.
Absolutely.
Use some cast-off ropes just to lash it to our shitty cart because it's now a donkey, so the reins wouldn't fit it anyway.
Just heavy iron chains just drape from this donkey. It seems to be buckling under the weight of them. You know, legs akimbo.
Poor little bugger. So yeah, we'll transfer the corpse, cover it in tarps, and maybe like a couple of boxes and shit.
Okay.
with this shitty donkey pulling it, looking proud of ourselves because we have a shitty donkey.
Roll me a deception check.
And polymorph lasts for an hour, so we need to be fast.
Mm-hmm.
Getting back through the gate.
26.
Fuck's sake. Alright, so with the new donkey now lashed to the wagon, you begin to make your way back towards the Opal Gate, towards lower streets. The only thing the guards would say as you approach, you know, one of them would be like, it'd see you coming like, hey! Is that what you fucking bought? You've not been gone that long. What's that? About an hour? I didn't know you could fucking afford or something like that.
32 silver that cost me. 32. It's a bargain. Look at it. It's a fucking... It's a stud.
Get that.
It's not fucking... I told you that shit's gonna die before we get home. Look, do you see what I have to deal with here? Reza breaks in, like, there's this argument has been going on since they bought the damn donkey and are coming back.
No, don't listen to it. It's all right. He's stroking the donkey on the top there. It's all right. She doesn't mean it. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Don't fucking fall over.
Just get the fuck out. Like, go on. All three of you, and take that fucking flea-ridden piece of fucking shit out of the commons. Oh, you're doing us all a favour. Go on. Piss off, the lot of you.
He means you, and he points to Vanya. Hey! And fucks off up the gate.
Reza's gonna grumble and follow him.
The guards now watching, staring at you, Vanya. Hey, what about you? What are you going to say for yourself, eh? Are you part of this fucking circus, eh? With your flea-bitten fucking mule thing, eh? Actually, you're not too bad looking.
Oh. Well, thank you.
Chid, you fucking chewed, Greg.
I just, they argue all the time, and, it bothers me. But what do you like about the way that I look?
Yeah, actually, you know what? I've changed my mind. If you, yeah, go on, get out. If that's your old man and your fucking mother, I want nothing to do with that. Go on, get out. Next.
They're not always with me. If you would like me to
Next.
come back. Okay. And she keeps going.
All right. And
desperate.
With that, you step back into the heavily guarded and patrolled streets between. What's that gate called? Let me double check. Between the Opal Gate and the Grave Gate, close towards the warehouses. Yeah.
I mean, we'll turn the opposite direction to the Grave Gate because we know that wall is heavily patrolled. We're like, nope.
Nope.
Ain't nobody here but us chickens.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and with that, you begin the slow, ponderous journey back with your mule and your wagon towards the folly, taking the odd detour through the tighter alleys. I would imagine at some point
the alleys get so tight that the wagon only just fits. Anyone who was coming in the opposite direction either have to squeeze into the archways or are turned around and told to fuck off in the other direction.
Back off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine Reza's leading it to do that.
With that, you manage to eventually get it back towards the courtyard of the Folly, where you were.
There's access via the warehouse to the Undercroft, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, we'll take it in through there, like roll a cart in there, close the doors, make sure nobody's fucking paying attention, and down there into the Undercroft.
Closed. Yeah, Folly's still closed. There is no sign of anyone in the courtyard, no sign of anyone at the tavern. You just roll the wagon into the court. I mean, granted, some people that you met in the alleys would raise a bit of a brow. Seeing an actual mule in lower streets is fucking rare. You get the impression that word may spread that there is a mule somewhere in lower streets.
Vanya is gonna say as they enter, she's gonna say, "Should somebody go get Garrett? I know he had said that Lyelis would be okay if we escorted something, but
we need to get rid of that thing down a fucking stone drain before.
Well, what if
It's
Elias?
gonna turn into a scavenger.
What if Elias is hungry? We can just put it in the room with Elias, and he can have a snack.
what if we could eventually take control of this?
Honestly, I'm not really worried about the donkey Ravager right now. I'm more worried about our cargo. That was the whole point of the trip. Let's get this fucker inside.
Yeah, but the same thing with this thing, right?
Agreed.
If we
Lay
take
it
it down
downstairs.
there-
We'll give it to Elias because
Vanya,
Rez is onto something.
roll me a twist of fate, please. God, son of a
Oh
bitch.
no.
Is that good?
That's good. You managed to keep,
Okay.
in spite of all of this, you managed to keep concentration.
And the thing is so ugly that she can't stop, looking
staring
at it. Yeah.
I was hoping you'd fail there because I just have the savage just pop into its true form back in the warehouse, just squished up. But no, for the moment you managed to keep concentration. At this point, the Savager cum donkeys just stood there looking at all three of you.
Well, I think Reza was onto something. So carrying the desiccated corpse of this vampire, I'll run downstairs and I'll be like shouting, "Garrett! Garrett!"
Oh, he's not desiccated. He's very much alive and just paralyzed.
He's just paralyzed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just dragging this Hulk delicately. Well, his arms and legs are just hanging like.
Roll me a
fucking
perception check, Cypher.
perception.
Reza would be following very close behind Cypher, be like, wait a minute.
Yeah, Cypher doesn't notice, but Reza, you would. You know. It's aware of everything.
Uh-huh.
His eyes can still move. His body can't, but his eyes can still move.
All right, Cypher's just using his strength to facilitate the moving of this. I was going to say corpse, but it's alive, but it's undead. So is it alive?
Yeah. Let's go with this. We'll stick with paralyzed vampire. That is, unable to move. But yeah, you're dragging down the stairs from the warehouse. Each step probably cracks his head.
Vanya's gonna follow behind with the donkey with the rope just tied around its neck.
Just imagine this donkey trying to go down the stairs like it's drunk.
it's not used to, it's used to having more legs than 4 and not in the position the legs are. So yeah, it's very much
Like a drunk donkey
like
trying
a
to go
drunk
downstairs.
donkey. Yeah.
But she's gonna go really slow where it doesn't like fall. So like if it starts to, she's gonna kind of like brace it a little bit to help it along the way.
Garrett, Desmond, where do they
Oh.
find you both?
Well, Desmond is back in the bar with Sal in his tankard, and he's got Sal in front of him, and he's kind of like leaning forward on the bar. 1 second. Sorry about that. And he's kind of like muttering to Sal about things. If you didn't know better, it looked almost like he's like a drunk at a bar, just like slung over it. So he's just kind of slouched there, just talking to Sal about things. Like, I really hope that this place, we get it up off of the ground, figuratively speaking, and get everything going, and Garrett will be making coin, and the folly will do well, and everyone will be happy, and he's just going through all this stuff. So he's just talking to this line.
Garrett,
Hello.
what are you up to as they approach?
I've spent the entire time they've been away educating Elias. And you notice they've not been attacked. So
Yeah,
he's learning.
he's a smart plant. He's a smart plant. He knows his stuff once he's been told. But yeah, you would eventually see Cypher dragging in this what can only be described as a wrapped up body with just the head visible, followed by Reza, followed by Vanya leading a donkey into the
Careful,
bar.
just, and Reza's like, just Cypher, stop, just stop. You have to be very careful with it.
Well, as long as it stakes in, he's paralyzed, right?
Yes,
I mean,
but he is aware
pokes
of
it in the eye.
everything. He's aware of everything that is happening.
Oh, okay. So what if I do this and I grab his nose?
Cypher. When I am done with what I need to do with him, are you ready to do with what is left what you need to do?
No, I kind of need a space to do what I need to do.
Don't you have a space? Vanya's like coming behind, like pulling the donkey with the rope.
Scowl at the donkey and be like, what? Okay.
Why
Just-
is there a donkey?
Cypher stop mid-sentence and be like, so, about that? It's not actually a donkey.
It looks like a donkey.
Vanya, roll me a Constitution ability check, please. This is a concentration check.
God knows it smells like a donkey too.
Did you say Constitution?
Yes, please. Oh, you're good. You're good. It's still a donkey. Damn it. Go on, Garrett, sorry.
I was like, it looks like a donkey. It smells like a donkey too.
Vanya like kind of yanks the rope to make it go forward so that it'll make a sound.
Oh. Oh.
And she kind of smiles at Garrett, like she's like,
Sounds
Say
like
it.
a donkey too.
Mm-hmm.
All through this, Reza is just like hovering over the vampire, like, I just want to do what I need to do. Can you just stop talking about the damn donkey? She's visibly anxious.
well, I feel like we need to figure out what we're gonna do with this donkey first, because this isn't gonna last forever.
Yeah, it's not actually a donkey. It's a savager. Can can the plant do something with it?
Savager?
Yeah, we got bars, like, don't we? We could keep it. Isn't it
Bards for a
declawed?
savager. We have a kid. Actually, we don't even have kids.
We
It's for
could-
fucking people now.
We
The
could
plant
have some.
ate them.
The fighting cage things.
Yes,
like, yeah,
exactly. Keep it for people
It's-
to fight it.
It's our fighting thing.
You're
They-
welcome. And Cypher like nods at Garrett.
Yes, yes, a spectacle. I like it.
Is the psychic link still up?
Is that a concentration spell?
Oh, let me look really quick.
It's not, so yes, it is still up.
Okay, so Cypher to both Vanya and Reza is like, he bought it. Just stick to the plan.
Well, you were wanting to kill it. She's like saying through the thing.
Shut the fuck up.
So, Vanya's gonna hand the rope over to Garrett and say, "I don't know where to put it."
I've got this. Elias,
Several roots begin to burst out from the cobbles beneath you all.
grab this thing. It's going to change shape. But when it does, can you lock it away like you did with the prisoners?
The roots hover for a moment. The tips of them begin to probe around, almost as if it's looking at people. One of them slowly begins to dip in a nodding motion as they begin to wrap around the donkey and begin to drag it into the gap made by the upturned cobbles. You just see this donkey as it begins to be drawn into the dirt beneath. And as the last vestige of the head begins to dip beneath the dirt, the polymorph spell fades away, and all of a sudden this donkey's head begins to grotesquely contort into that more of an insectoid. You know, mandibles start clapping away as it's drawn beneath the ground. And in spite of all the dirt and noise being kicked up, it then goes silent, apart from this gaping hole in the middle of the bar. And it's only then when several small shoots begin to reach out, grab all the rocks and cobbles and bricks and begin to put them back into place.
You hear, like, as that's going, Vanya's gonna have a sigh of relief because she felt like she was gonna have to have this crucial conversation with Garrett about how Lyalis is just destroying things and that she's not happy with it. But she's
And
just
about
like,
how its name is Elias.
what have I been calling it? Lyalis?
I don't know.
I can't wait for her to be told that and then have her assume that it's been renamed without her knowing again.
Oh my god, I should have done that in RP. Okay.
Just from the back of the room, you know, the commotion would no doubt just draw the head of Dwen from the corner, from the fighting pit, look in the room, scowl at you all from the sound of destruction, glance around, see nothing's occurred, squint her eyes at you, and then go back.
She's gonna be neurotic by the time.
Why did I agree to this job?
I'm gonna give her a bonus, aren't I?
Oh dear. Well, yeah. At this point now, you're left with this chain-bound, linen-wrapped elder vampire in the middle of the folly.
Aren't we in the Undercroft?
Yeah, sorry, I meant the Undercroft's bar area. my
Okay.
bad.
Okay. Right. I need to drag him to a smaller room in the other wing. I
Yes. Garrett, can we get... And he kind of gestures to the vines. He's like, Elias?
Well, I think I can drag him, but we'll gather round. Let me.
I just mean you need some privacy for what you're about to do next, yeah?
Well, I'm more concerned about what I might do afterwards.
What are you gonna do to him in a private room?
That's why I was thinking, Elias, to restrain you if control wasn't your number one priority.
Well, I was going to lock myself in a room with it, and then once I do what I need to do, have Elias take the rest of it away and save it for you.
And keep you in a room till we know you're okay, yeah?
Yes.
Wonderful. I shall transport it to said room for you.
Thank you, Cypher.
He's dragged along the cobbles again, head bobbing against the rock.
Thud.
Don't
thud,
look at me like that.
thud.
Fuck! In the vampire's head, you just, if anyone ever had chance to be, oh, I'm going to murder each and every, you fucker, you're gonna die first.
Not steps! Ah! Ow! Ow! Ow!
Ow!
Ow!
Oh.
So Vanya's gonna kind of start a conversation between Desmond, Garrett, and Cypher while she's taking him off to do whatever she's gonna do to him, and just say, what has she got planned? What's she gonna do?
Do you really want to know?
Well, I mean, kinda, because I don't know, and I'm not gonna be able to watch, so maybe.
Did I read enough to know generally what she's gonna do from the books?
It's up to you and Reza.
It's up to resident.
Or, actually, I'm going to say, we'll save the details for next week.
Okay.
Won't give up.
Mm-hmm.
Then she
Yeah.
can get real descriptive with it. I like it.
And we
Yeah.
end this episode with Reza locked in a room with an older vampire.
Before we
yeah.
close
Wow,
things
wow.
out, anybody else wish to bring anything up or prepare? Because Vanya, you've also got a bit of homework.
I need to go visit the nurse and find my third.
Not just that, you're going to have a rather unpleasant night's sleep
Oh.
when you eventually get to sleep.
I'm taking notes. Hold on.
Yes, you have recently signed a pact. So whatever sleep you may have, or when you eventually do rest, it's not going to be good. But we'll get to that after session as well. Because you've not slept since making a deal with the devil, or with a hag for that matter.
With her best friend.
With your new sister.
Bezzies.
So, Cypher, Garrett, Desmond. Let's go Desmond first. Anything? Are you good, Desmond, with how? With anything?
Well, in his time, Desmond has been kind of plotting about like Sal and where Sal's going to live, because he can't very well carry him around Tankard forever.
Correct.
So he's going to try to go over to the other part of the Undercroft and find Sal his own little place to stay, and like basically he's going to be working on trying to get him set up with like his own little terrarium area where he can live and be
awesome.
Yeah. So he's pretty well obsessed with just making sure that Sal is happy and doesn't like run off or slip through a grate somewhere to escape or something.
See, all this time Desmond just needed a pet.
It did. And on top of that, Desmond, you know, savages, whilst insectoid in nature, aren't natural. So, just putting that out there.
It's definitely on the list. It's definitely on the list.
Started salivating when it walked in.
Garrett, how are you? Are you happy with how things have transpired?
Yeah, I've got a pet building now. It's great.
I've got a colossal fucking ent that lives underground. All right.
Yeah, got a massive anime monster. It's amazing.
Cypher, in regards to what you need to do, well, you've got to wait to see what's left after Reza's done.
Yeah, like it's been a busy couple of days. He hasn't slept, so he's literally gonna go to his room, say the words Elias, make a hammock out of Elias. He uses his fucking blanket and just fall asleep, and he's fucking out, just gone.
So in that case, apart from Vanya and Reza, the rest of you, if you so wish, you will be able to get a short rest in. A good, 8 hours worth of sleep, if you wish. Other than that, though, I think that's probably, for now, a good point for us to
call it.
GG
Yeah.
out.
Damn it. If I'd have known that I wasn't going to get any sleep.
Bye, chat.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, she's gonna get some sleep. Goodbye.
Are we going to get it? Are we going to get it?
And see you next time on Pariahs.
Yes. Cheers, buddy. All right.
I had
Get
to pull my
muted.
head on that one.
Get muted. Everyone, thank you very much for joining us today for episode 54 of Pariahs. Yeah. Shit happened. Things occurred. Progress. Personal stories. Let's see what becomes of that. But yeah, with that, I want to bring down the tunes. See if there's anyone out there we can raid. Once again, thank you for the support, everyone. It is appreciated. Nikki, thank you very much for the 51 months resub. Talon, thank you for the 4 months. Woo! I appreciate it, buddy. Callie, thank you for the 46 months. Scob for the 59 months. And, of course, Ravon for the 8 months. Thank you very much. And I will see you all Saturday for Chronicles. With that, ta-ta. Ta-ta for now.